No one remembers who built the library. Not because its builders wished to be forgotten, but because time is patient. Patient enough to wear mountains into sand. Patient enough to dim the brightest stars. Patient enough to erase even the names of civilizations that once believed themselves eternal. Long before the first human looked into the night sky. Long before Earth gathered oceans beneath drifting clouds. Long before our sun ignited its quiet fire. The library was already waiting. It did not orbit a planet. It did not circle a star. It floated alone in the immense darkness between galaxies, where the universe grew so vast that even light seemed to travel with unusual gentleness. There were no engines, no beacons, no windows glowing in the distance. Only silence. If a traveler happened to pass nearby, they would not see a palace or a monument. They would see something astonishingly simple. A single door. Standing alone. Suspended in space. No walls. No roof. No visible foundation. Just a weathered wooden door, framed by ancient stone that bore no symbols from any known civilization. The wood looked impossibly old. Its grain had been polished smooth by ages no calendar could measure. Tiny cracks traced delicate patterns across its surface. Not signs of decay. Signs of endurance. The brass handle reflected the faint light of distant galaxies. Untarnished. Waiting. No one knew how many visitors had crossed that threshold. Perhaps millions. Perhaps none. The universe keeps some mysteries because solving them would make them smaller. This was one of them. You drifted toward the door without remembering how the journey had begun. There was no spacecraft behind you. No footsteps to retrace. No memory of departure. Only the quiet certainty that you had been traveling for a very long time. Not through distance. Through stillness. The stars around you were unfamiliar. Entire constellations had changed since the age when humanity named them. Some stars had already lived and died. Others had only recently been born. Galaxies slowly turned like luminous islands upon an invisible sea. Everything moved. Everything changed. Everything. Except the door. It remained exactly where it had always been. Patient. Silent. Waiting. You stopped before it. There was no fear. Only curiosity. The kind of curiosity children possess before opening a forgotten attic. Or lifting the lid of an old wooden chest. The handle felt warm beneath your hand. That surprised you. Space is unimaginably cold. Yet the brass carried the quiet warmth of afternoon sunlight. As though countless gentle hands had rested there before yours. You hesitated. Not because you doubted the door. Because you sensed that whatever lay beyond it would quietly change the meaning of everything behind you. Some thresholds cannot be crossed twice. The universe is full of such places. Birth. Memory. Forgiveness. And perhaps this door. You turned the handle. It moved without resistance. The hinges made no sound. The door opened inward. Warm light spilled into the darkness. Not bright. not dazzling. The gentle golden light of an old reading room at sunset. You stepped forward. For a brief moment there was neither space nor time. Only light. Only warmth. Only the strange feeling of arriving somewhere you had somehow always known. When your eyes adjusted, you found yourself standing inside the library. It was larger than imagination. Not merely large. Impossible. Shelves stretched beyond every visible horizon, rising upward until they disappeared into a ceiling hidden somewhere inside soft amber light. Each shelf held books unlike any ever printed on Earth. Some were bound in leather darker than midnight. Others shimmered like polished stone. Some seemed woven from threads of silver. Others appeared carved from crystal so clear they almost vanished. Every book was different. Every book waited quietly. No dust floated through the air. No pages fluttered. Nothing moved. Yet the library felt alive. Not alive like an animal. Alive like a forest. Like an ocean. Like a place that had learned the rhythm of patience. The air carried a faint scent. Old paper. Cedar wood. Rain upon distant earth. A fragrance impossible to describe yet instantly familiar. It smelled like memory. You walked slowly between the shelves. Your footsteps produced almost no sound. The floor beneath you was smooth stone, worn by countless travelers who had come before. Or perhaps by time itself. Small lamps floated above each aisle. No flame burned within them. No visible source illuminated their warm glow. Light simply existed. Soft enough to comfort. Gentle enough to invite silence. None of the books bore titles. Their spines remained blank. No numbers. No symbols. No names. Only quiet. You reached toward the nearest volume. Before your fingers touched its cover, a calm voice emerged from somewhere beyond the shelves. Neither loud nor distant. It seemed to come from the library itself. You have arrived. You turned. No one stood nearby. The voice continued. As every traveler eventually does. There was no surprise within the words. Only welcome. Only recognition. You have crossed a great distance. A pause. Not measured in light years. Another pause. But in understanding. The silence returned. Gentle. Comfortable. As though conversation itself preferred moving slowly here. Far above, somewhere beyond sight, unseen mechanisms, or perhaps something far older than machinery, continued their patient work. Shelves waited. Books waited. Stories waited. Not demanding to be read. Simply willing to be remembered. You looked once more across the endless aisles. A quiet thought settled into your mind. Perhaps this was not a library filled with books. Perhaps it was a universe filled with lives. Waiting for someone. Simply to listen. Morning never came to the library. Neither did night. There was no sunrise beyond its walls. No sunset painted across distant windows. Time existed here differently. Not slower. Not faster. simply without urgency. The warm amber light that filled the endless halls never changed. It rested gently upon every shelf, every stone, every forgotten corner, as though the library had chosen a single peaceful afternoon and decided to remain there forever. You began walking. Not because you had somewhere to go. Because the shelves seemed to invite movement. Each step echoed softly across the polished stone floor. The sound disappeared almost immediately, absorbed by the quiet that surrounded everything. It was the kind of silence found deep inside ancient forests after fresh snowfall. Not empty. Listening. The shelves stretched farther than your eyes could follow. Row after row. Hall after hall. They did not appear crowded despite holding more books than any civilization could ever read. Each volume rested with perfect patience, separated by just enough space to breathe. Nothing leaned. Nothing had fallen. Nothing seemed neglected. It was as though every book understood exactly where it belonged. You reached another intersection. Four endless corridors unfolded before you. Each identical. Each disappearing into soft golden light. There were no signs. No maps. No directions. Yet strangely, you never felt lost. The library possessed a quiet certainty. Somehow, it always seemed to know where you needed to be. You continued forward. After what felt like hours, curiosity finally whispered a question. How large is this place? The answer arrived not from your thoughts, but from the same calm voice you had heard before. As large as memory. You stopped. The voice carried no surprise. It was simply responding. You looked around. Still no one. Only shelves. Books. Light. The voice continued. Every world leaves behind memories. A gentle pause followed. Every memory finds its place. You considered the words. If every planet, every civilization, every species had left something here, then the library could not merely be enormous. It would be immeasurable. A place where the history of the universe rested quietly upon wooden shelves. The thought should have felt overwhelming. Instead, it brought an unexpected calm. Nothing had been forgotten. Somewhere, every sunrise, every ocean, every song, every farewell still existed. Not alive. Not frozen. Simply remembered. You walked on. The architecture began revealing details you had overlooked. The shelves were carved from a wood unlike anything on Earth. Their surface carried faint flowing patterns that resembled tree rings. Yet the rings curved in impossible directions, forming spirals and gentle waves. Perhaps they came from trees that had once grown beneath unfamiliar stars. Perhaps they had never been trees at all. The stone floor also changed subtly from hall to hall. Some sections shimmered faintly with tiny crystals. Others contained fossils unlike any creature humanity had ever known. A shell the size of your hand. The imprint of 6 delicate leaves. The outline of a creature with graceful wings. Each preserved within the stone itself. Small reminders that countless worlds had once been alive. Above every aisle floated a single lamp. No chains supported them. No wires connected them. They simply drifted in place, perfectly still. The warm light they cast never flickered, never dimmed. You paused beneath one. Its glow felt comforting, almost familiar, like sitting beside a fireplace while rain whispered beyond the windows. For a moment, you forgot entirely that this place existed somewhere between galaxies. It could just as easily have been an old village library. That thought made you smile. Perhaps true peace always felt familiar, no matter where it was found. You resumed walking. Hours seemed to pass. Or perhaps only minutes. The library offered no clocks, no calendars, no reminders that time was moving. The only measure of progress was the quiet change within your own thoughts. At first, you searched every shelf for titles. Then you stopped. At first, you counted aisles. Then you forgot the numbers. At first, you wondered where the corridors ended. Eventually, you realized the ending no longer mattered. The journey between the shelves had become enough. Far ahead, the gentle voice spoke once more. Do you notice it? You looked around. The silence? No. The answer arrived kindly. The absence of dust. You blinked. It was true. Books that had supposedly rested for millions, perhaps billions, of years remained perfectly clean. Not a single particle floated through the light. Not a single page had yellowed with age. Nothing decayed. Nothing eroded. The voice continued. Memory deserves care. The words settled quietly inside you. This was not merely a collection. It was stewardship. Someone or something had preserved every story with infinite patience. No civilization had been considered too small. No planet too distant. No life too insignificant. The library judged nothing. It simply remembered. You reached another wide chamber. Unlike the narrow aisles, this room opened into a vast circular hall. Shelves climbed upward in graceful spirals. Balconies circled the walls dozens of levels above. Tiny staircases connected them, winding like vines through warm light. At the very center stood an enormous tree. Its trunk was wider than a house. Its branches reached toward the unseen ceiling. Instead of leaves, thousands of tiny golden lights rested among its limbs, each glowing softly, each unique. You approached slowly. The tree radiated quiet warmth. Not heat. Presence. You lifted a hand toward the bark. It felt alive. Not moving. Not breathing. Simply alive. The calm voice returned. The first shelf. You looked upward. The branches spread endlessly. The first library. You frowned slightly. The shelves came later. A long silence followed. Then the voice spoke again. Every civilization begins by remembering. You understood. Before books. Before writing. Before libraries. There were stories. Shared around fires. Passed from parent to child. Carried through generations by memory alone. Perhaps every library in the universe traced its ancestry back to a single voice telling a story beneath unfamiliar stars. The thought felt beautiful. The tree stood silently before you. Its countless lights glowed with gentle certainty. Not one brighter than another. Not one seeking attention. Only existing. Only remembering. You remained there for a long while. Listening. Breathing. Watching. Eventually, you realized something else. You had walked for what felt like an entire day. Yet you had not encountered another traveler. Not one. The library held more books than imagination could contain. Yet its halls remained empty. The realization did not feel lonely. Only peaceful. Some places were meant to be experienced one quiet soul at a time. As you turned to leave the circular chamber, the voice spoke once more. Softly. Almost like a thought carried upon warm air. The shelves do not choose the reader. A pause. The reader chooses the shelf. The words accompanied you as you returned to the endless corridors. Somewhere ahead, beyond countless aisles and silent lamps, another presence waited. Not a voice. Not a memory. But the keeper of this impossible place. The one who had watched civilizations rise and vanish. The one who had welcomed every traveler with the same patient kindness. The librarian. And somewhere, resting upon one quiet shelf among endless others, a single unopened book was already waiting for your hands. You did not find the librarian. The librarian found you. It happened without ceremony. Without footsteps echoing through the endless halls. Without a door opening. Without even the slightest disturbance in the quiet air. One moment you were walking alone between shelves that stretched beyond sight. The next, someone was standing a short distance ahead. As though they had always been there. Waiting. The figure was neither young nor old. Time had become such a gentle companion that age no longer seemed meaningful. Their face carried countless years, yet none of them appeared heavy. Their eyes reflected a calm unlike anything you had seen before. Not happiness. Not sadness. Something quieter. The peace that comes from witnessing the universe without needing to change it. They wore a long robe the color of weathered parchment. Its fabric moved almost imperceptibly, as though stirred by a breeze that existed only inside the library. No symbols decorated the robe. No crown. No badge. Nothing declared authority. Nothing needed to. The librarian inclined their head in a small gesture of welcome. You have walked carefully. Their voice was the same gentle voice that had spoken from the shelves. The same warmth. The same patience. Only now it belonged to someone standing before you. You returned the greeting with a quiet nod. I wasn't sure where I was going. The librarian smiled. Very few travelers are. The answer carried no criticism. Only understanding. For a while, neither of you spoke. The silence between the shelves felt complete. Not awkward. Not unfinished. Simply another language the library understood well. At last, the librarian turned and began walking. No invitation was spoken. Yet somehow you knew you were meant to follow. Their pace was unhurried. Every step seemed measured not by distance, but by attention, as though they noticed every shelf they passed, every lamp, every quiet corner. After some time, you asked the question that had lingered since your arrival. How old is this library? The librarian continued walking. I do not know. The answer surprised you. You don't? They shook their head gently. When I first arrived, a faint smile crossed their face. It was already ancient. The words settled into the silence. You tried to imagine such a span of time. Entire galaxies had been born and reshaped. Stars had ignited and faded into darkness. Planets had formed from drifting dust and returned to dust once more. Yet through all those ages, the library had remained, patiently waiting. The corridor widened into another great hall. Unlike the previous chambers, this one contained no bookshelves. Instead, hundreds of comfortable chairs surrounded small wooden tables. Each table held a single unopened book. Steam rose gently from porcelain cups beside them. Fresh tea, still warm. You looked around in quiet surprise. Does someone come here? The librarian nodded. Sometimes. The room remained empty. When? The librarian smiled. When they are ready. The answer felt strangely satisfying. No schedule. No appointments. Only readiness. You approached one of the tables. The cup released the gentle fragrance of herbs you almost recognized. Something between chamomile and cedar. The book beside it remained closed. Blank. Like every other book in the library. No titles? You asked. The librarian poured tea into a second cup before answering. A title tells you what to expect. They placed the cup before you. A memory deserves to introduce itself. You wrapped your hands around the warm porcelain. The heat spread slowly through your fingers. Somehow, it reminded you of home. Though you could no longer remember which home. Earth. Perhaps. Or somewhere even older. The librarian sat opposite you. For several quiet moments, both of you simply drank tea. No conversation seemed necessary. Outside the hall, somewhere beyond countless shelves, the library continued resting in its endless stillness. Eventually curiosity returned. Were you always the librarian? The question lingered gently in the air. The librarian looked into the steam rising from their cup. No. A simple answer. I was once a traveler. You listened. Much like you. The words carried neither pride nor nostalgia. Only memory. What happened? The librarian's smile deepened. I stayed. Silence followed. The simplicity of the answer somehow made it larger. They had not conquered the library. They had not inherited it. They had simply remained. Patiently. Long enough that caring for memories became their natural work. You wondered how many ages had passed since that decision. The librarian seemed to notice your thoughts. Time changes many things. Their eyes lifted toward the endless shelves beyond the hall. But kindness survives remarkably well. The words settled softly within you. Outside, the warm lamps continued glowing. Never brighter. Never dimmer. The library possessed no urgency. Only care. After finishing the tea, the librarian stood once more. Come. You followed. The corridors seemed different now. Not because they had changed. Because you had. Knowing someone quietly watched over this place transformed its endlessness from intimidating to welcoming. You passed shelves unlike those you had seen before. Some books were no larger than your hand. Others towered nearly as tall as a person. One shelf held volumes carved from translucent crystal. Another appeared to contain books woven from delicate metallic threads that shimmered softly beneath the amber lamps. You slowed before one remarkable volume. Its cover resembled polished obsidian. Tiny stars appeared suspended beneath its surface, as though an entire night sky rested inside the book itself. You reached toward it. The librarian spoke gently. Not yet. You withdrew your hand. Why? The librarian looked at the book with quiet affection. Some memories require preparation. The answer carried no mystery for its own sake. Only respect. Just as one would not ask a child to understand the entire history of the universe in a single evening. The library revealed its stories patiently. One memory at a time. One life at a time. One quiet understanding after another. Eventually the librarian stopped before an ordinary wooden shelf. Compared to everything else, it looked almost humble. A single book rested there. Smaller than most. Bound in faded blue cloth. Its edges were gently worn. No light shimmered from its cover. No extraordinary beauty drew attention to it. It simply waited. The librarian placed a hand lightly upon the shelf. This was the first book I ever opened. You looked at it carefully. What was inside? The librarian's eyes reflected a warmth beyond memory. A sunrise. You blinked. Only a sunrise? The librarian nodded. For someone seeing sunlight for the very first time, their voice became almost a whisper. There is no such thing as only a sunrise. The words lingered long after they were spoken. You understood. The library was not collecting events because they were famous. It was preserving moments because they mattered. A child's first laugh. Rain falling on an unknown world. The final bloom of a flower before winter. The first sunrise witnessed by curious eyes. History belonged to civilizations. Memory belonged to life. The distinction felt profound. The librarian turned toward you once more. There is something every traveler asks. You waited. They ask where the greatest stories are kept. You smiled. And where are they? The librarian looked slowly across the endless shelves stretching beyond sight. They are scattered everywhere. A pause. The universe has never believed that greatness belongs only to the extraordinary. Silence returned. Comfortable. Complete. Somewhere far beyond the countless aisles, a single lamp seemed to glow a little brighter. Or perhaps your eyes had simply learned to notice more. The librarian began walking once again. This time, they led you toward a narrow corridor unlike any you had seen before. The shelves grew lower. The lamps warmer. The air carried the faint scent of rain and old paper. At the end of the corridor stood a solitary pedestal. Upon it rested one unopened book. Its cover was simple. Dark green cloth. No ornament. No symbol. No title. The librarian stopped beside it. Their voice became almost indistinguishable from the silence. It has been waiting for you. You looked at the book. Then at the librarian. What is it called? The librarian smiled gently. You'll discover that after you open it. For the first time since entering the library, your hand reached toward a book not out of curiosity alone, but with quiet reverence. The first memory of the universe was about to be shared. For a long moment, your hand rested above the book without touching it. Not from hesitation. From respect. There are objects that ask to be held. Others ask only to be observed. This book seemed to ask for something quieter. It asked to be listened to. The librarian stood a few steps away. Patient as always. Offering no instructions. No explanation. Some journeys begin only after silence has finished speaking. You placed your hand gently upon the cover. It was warmer than you expected. Not warm like sunlight on stone. Warm like a book that someone had only just closed after reading it. The cloth binding was soft beneath your fingertips. Years had not worn it away. Instead, they had polished it into something smooth and comforting. You slowly opened the cover. The first page was blank. So was the second. Then the third. Page after page revealed nothing but quiet parchment. No words. No drawings. No maps. Only empty pages waiting beneath amber light. You looked toward the librarian. There is nothing here. The librarian smiled. There is. You waited. But not everything is written with ink. The answer settled gently into the room. You returned your attention to the book. The pages remained empty. Then something changed. Very slowly. Not upon the paper. Within your awareness. The faint scent of old parchment began to fade. In its place came another fragrance. Fresh rain. Cool earth. Young grass warmed by early sunlight. You blinked. The library was disappearing. Not vanishing. Becoming distant. Like a dream quietly stepping aside for another dream. The stone floor beneath your feet softened. The warm amber light dissolved into pale morning colors. When you looked up again, the shelves were gone. You stood upon a wide meadow beneath an unfamiliar sky. The air was cool. A gentle breeze moved through endless fields of silver-green grass. Each blade shimmered beneath drops of morning dew. Far away, low hills rolled gently toward a quiet horizon. Above them floated 3 pale moons, all visible in the morning sky. None brighter than Earth's moon. Together they painted the heavens with a peaceful elegance. The silence here differed from the silence of the library. The library held remembered silence. This world held living silence. A small bird crossed the sky. Its wings glimmered with faint shades of blue. It made no sound. Neither did the wind. Even the grass moved without whispering. You took a slow breath. The air tasted wonderfully clean. Cool. Fresh. Untouched. The librarian's voice reached you from somewhere beyond sight. You are not reading the book. A pause. You are remembering it. The words drifted away like mist. You walked through the meadow. Each step bent the grass gently before it rose again. Tiny flowers grew among the fields. Their petals were nearly transparent. Morning light passed through them, creating delicate circles of color upon the ground. You knelt beside one. It resembled no flower from earth. Yet somehow it felt familiar. Perhaps beauty needs no translation. Ahead, a narrow stream wound quietly across the landscape. Its water was astonishingly clear. Smooth stones rested beneath the surface. Small silver fish drifted lazily between patches of long green plants. Nothing hurried. Nothing hunted. Everything simply existed. You sat beside the water. The stream reflected the 3 moons above, though morning sunlight already filled the sky. You watched the current. Gentle. Patient. The flow reminded you of time itself. Always moving. Never rushing. Eventually, the librarian spoke again. This world no longer exists. You looked across the peaceful meadow. It seemed impossible. The grass moved softly beneath the breeze. The stream continued flowing. Birds circled high above. Everything felt alive. What happened? The answer came with the same quiet kindness. Nothing unusual. A pause. Its star reached the end of its life. You remained silent. Stars are born. Stars shine. Stars grow old. Every student of astronomy knows this. Yet seeing a lost world alive once more made the truth feel different. This meadow. These flowers. These quiet streams. All had disappeared billions of years ago. And still, they remained here. Safely remembered. You continued walking. The landscape unfolded with gentle simplicity. No great mountains. No towering cities. No impossible wonders. Only peaceful hills. Quiet water. Endless grass. The first memory preserved by the library was not a dramatic event. It was an ordinary morning. The realization made you smile. Perhaps ordinary mornings are among the rarest treasures in the universe. Because someone must be alive to experience them. Clouds drifted slowly overhead. Long and graceful. Their edges glowed softly beneath the rising sun. The light itself seemed different here. Slightly warmer. More golden. Perhaps this world's star shone with a softer color than Earth's sun. You wondered who had once walked these fields. Who had watched these 3 moons rise each evening. Who had listened to silent birds crossing silent skies. No answer came. The library did not preserve names first. It preserved moments. A memory need not belong to someone famous. It need only belong to someone who lived. The stream eventually widened into a calm lake. Its surface reflected the sky so perfectly that the horizon almost disappeared. Water and heaven became one. You sat upon a smooth stone near the shore. Tiny ripples reached your feet. The cool water felt wonderfully real. You closed your eyes. The breeze touched your face. Somewhere nearby, tall grass bent gently beneath invisible currents of air. But quiet wrapped around you like a familiar blanket. Not asking you to think. Only inviting you to remain. After a long while, the librarian's voice returned. What do you remember from your own world? The question lingered. Images appeared effortlessly. A rainy afternoon against a window. The scent of tea. Autumn leaves. A distant train crossing the night. The warmth of sunlight through closed curtains. You smiled softly. None of those memories had seemed important at the time. Now they felt precious. The librarian spoke once more. Every civilization believes history is made by great events. The breeze continued moving through the meadow. But memory, a gentle pause, is made by quiet mornings. The words settled into the landscape itself. The stream, the flowers, the clouds. The simple act of breathing fresh air beneath an unfamiliar sky. Perhaps this was why the library had chosen this book first. Not to astonish, but to remind. The greatest wonders are often the gentlest ones. Gradually, the morning light began softening. The colors of the meadow grew warmer. The edges of the hills blurred ever so slightly, like watercolors spreading across paper. The world was gently fading, not ending, returning. The scent of rain slowly gave way once more to cedar wood and old paper. The breeze became still. The grass dissolved into amber light. When you opened your eyes again, you were standing inside the library. The book remained open in your hands. Its pages were blank, exactly as before. You closed the cover carefully. It felt lighter now. Not because its weight had changed, because you understood it. The librarian waited beside the shelf. What did you find? You considered the question. You had not discovered an ancient empire, nor a forgotten technology, nor the secrets of the cosmos. Instead, you had found a peaceful morning on a world that no longer existed. And somehow, that felt enough. The librarian nodded gently, as though hearing the answer you had never spoken. The first lesson. They smiled. The universe is remembered not only for its greatest moments. Their eyes drifted toward the endless shelves stretching into the distance, but for its quietest ones. Far beyond the countless aisles, another book rested patiently upon another shelf. Another forgotten world. Another silent memory. Another gentle story waiting for someone willing to open its pages. When the first book was returned to its shelf, the library remained perfectly still. Nothing celebrated. Nothing changed. The lamps continued casting their gentle amber light. The endless shelves stood in quiet patience. Yet something within you had become lighter. The first memory had not answered every question. Instead, it had taught you a different way of asking them. The librarian noticed. Now, they said softly, you are ready to see a world that remembers water. You followed without speaking. The two of you walked through corridors unlike those you had explored before. The shelves gradually grew farther apart. The ceiling rose higher until it disappeared into warm shadows. The air changed almost imperceptibly. It became cooler, fresher, carrying the faint scent of salt. At first, you wondered if it was imagination. Then you heard it. A distant rhythm. Gentle. Steady. Like waves meeting a quiet shore. The sound did not echo. It breathed. The corridor opened into a magnificent circular chamber. Above the entrance, for the first time, words appeared. Not carved into stone. Not written in ink. They shimmered softly in the air itself. The Hall of Oceans. The letters slowly dissolved as you stepped inside. Around the circular walls rested thousands of books. Every one of them shaded in deep blues and soft greens. Some resembled polished shells. Others glimmered like whetstone beneath moonlight. A few seemed almost transparent, as though bound from frozen water. The librarian stopped beside a broad wooden table. Upon it rested a single book. Its cover carried the color of the deepest sea. No title. Only gentle waves flowing across the leather whenever light touched it. This one, the librarian whispered. You placed both hands upon the cover. It felt cool. Not cold. Like smooth river stone resting beneath clear water. The moment you opened it, the scent of salt filled the air. The library faded. The amber lamps disappeared. The wooden shelves drifted away like mist. When the world returned, you were standing beneath an endless sky. Before you stretched an ocean unlike any on Earth. There was no shoreline. No cliffs. No islands. Water reached every horizon. Its surface shimmered beneath pale turquoise sunlight. Gentle swells rolled peacefully in every direction. Not one wave rose violently. The sea breathed with remarkable calm. Far above, two white suns illuminated the world. One larger. One smaller. Their combined light painted silver pathways across the water. The sky itself carried soft shades of lavender and pale blue. Thin clouds drifted lazily overhead. Everything felt vast. Everything felt open. You looked around. There was no land. Not even the smallest rock broke the surface. Only ocean. The librarian's voice arrived quietly. This planet never formed continents. You listened. Its crust remained too young. The sea shimmered endlessly. Water covered everything. You knelt beside the surface. The water was astonishingly clear. You could see dozens of meters beneath. Schools of translucent creatures drifted gracefully through shafts of light. Some resembled jellyfish. Others floated like delicate ribbons woven from glass. Tiny flashes of bioluminescence shimmered beneath the waves, even during daylight. No creature appeared hurried. No predator pursued prey. Life moved with the same gentle rhythm as the sea itself. You watched in silence. Earth often teaches that oceans are powerful. Storms, tides, great waves. This world taught something different. That oceans could also be infinitely patient. A soft breeze brushed across your face. Its coolness carried moisture and the faint scent of minerals. Far below the surface, immense shadows moved slowly. Too large to identify. Too graceful to fear. One gradually approached. The water bulged gently upward. Then the creature emerged. Its body stretched farther than any whale. Perhaps longer than 100 meters. Its skin reflected soft shades of sapphire and silver. Instead of eyes, gentle rings of light circled its broad head. They glowed faintly with pale blue radiance. The giant rose only halfway from the sea before drifting back beneath the surface. Not a single splash disturbed the quiet. Only widening circles spread slowly across the endless water. You watched until they disappeared. The librarian spoke again. They spent their entire lives without touching land. The sentence lingered. You smiled. Of course they did. There had never been land. How often do we imagine our own world as the only possible way for life to exist? Earth teaches forests, mountains, deserts. This forgotten planet had written an entirely different story. One where every journey began and ended upon water. Hours seemed to pass. The twin suns climbed higher into the sky. Their light danced gently across the waves. Occasionally small creatures leaped from the surface. Their transparent fins caught the sunlight before they slipped quietly back beneath the sea. Nothing hunted them. Nothing chased them. The ocean seemed to exist in remarkable balance. The librarian's voice returned. This balance lasted nearly 600 million years. You considered the number. On Earth, entire species rise and vanish in far shorter spans. Yet here, an ocean had remained peaceful through ages, almost impossible to imagine. What changed? The answer arrived softly. The star. You nodded. Again. Always the stars. Every ocean. Every forest. Every civilization. All borrowed their time from the quiet burning of a sun. When the star changes, everything changes. Clouds gathered slowly upon the distant horizon. Not dark storm clouds. Gentle white towers reaching toward the upper atmosphere. Warm rain began falling. The drops struck the sea with countless tiny circles. No thunder followed. Only the delicate music of water meeting water. You closed your eyes. The rain cooled your face. Its rhythm was slow enough to become almost meditative. Drop. Pause. Drop. Pause. The ocean answered with patient ripples. You breathed deeply. Somehow, the rain carried memories of Earth. Summer afternoons. Open windows. The scent of wet soil after long droughts. Although this planet had no soil, memory has its own way of connecting worlds. The rain eventually stopped. A rainbow appeared. Not one. 3. The twin suns bent light differently through the atmosphere, creating overlapping arcs that stretched across half the sky. Soft colors shimmered upon the water. The sea became a mirror of quiet light. The librarian spoke once more. Every ocean tells two stories. You waited. The story of the water. A pause. And the story of the sky reflected upon it. The thought settled gently inside you. Perhaps that was true of memory as well. Every memory holds what happened, and also how we choose to remember it. The sunlight gradually softened. The waves slowed. The horizon blurred. The scent of salt began fading. Once again, the world gently returned its borrowed moments. The ocean dissolved into warm amber light. The rain became the faint fragrance of cedar wood. The endless horizon folded quietly back into rows of patient shelves. When your eyes opened, you stood once more inside the Hall of Oceans. The blue book rested peacefully in your hands. Its pages were blank, as though the sea had never been there. You closed it carefully and returned it to the table. The librarian looked toward the endless shelves. That ocean vanished billions of years ago. A quiet pause followed. But for a little while, they smiled. The waves reached another shore. You understood. The purpose of the library was not to preserve the past. It was to allow the past to gently touch the present. Somewhere beyond the endless aisles, another hall waited. Another forgotten world. Another quiet memory carried across the immeasurable sea of time. And somewhere, beyond every shelf and every story, the silent heart of the library continued beating with infinite patience, remembering every world that had ever looked up at its own sky and wondered what lay beyond. When you left the Hall of Oceans, the scent of salt lingered for a little while. Not in the air. Within memory. The library had a curious way of allowing each place to remain with you, even after its book had been closed. The meadow from the first world still lived somewhere quietly inside your thoughts. So did the endless sea beneath two gentle suns. Neither memory asked to be remembered. They simply remained. The librarian walked a few steps ahead, their robe moving softly through the warm amber light. The endless shelves continued in every direction. Sometimes they seemed impossibly distant. Sometimes they felt as intimate as the walls of a small village library. The library changed not according to distance, but according to attention. After a time, the air became warmer. The faint scent of cedar slowly blended with something richer. Fresh leaves. Tree bark after rain. Wildflowers opening beneath morning light. The fragrance grew stronger with every step. You looked toward the librarian. "We're close." They nodded. The forests always announced themselves. Ahead, another circular chamber appeared. Like the Hall of Oceans, its entrance carried shimmering words that floated gently in the air. The Hall of Forests. The letters glowed for only a moment before dissolving into tiny points of light. Inside, the shelves curved gracefully around the chamber. Thousands of books rested in perfect silence. Their bindings were deep green, golden brown, soft gray, and rich amber. Some covers resembled polished wood. Others looked almost as though they had been woven from living vines. At the center stood a single table. Upon it rested one modest book. Its cover was dark green cloth, textured like moss growing upon ancient stone. The librarian placed a hand lightly upon it. This forest no longer exists. You smiled gently. You were beginning to understand. Every book in the library began the same way. Not with what still was, but with what once had been. You opened the book. Warm air greeted you immediately. The amber light faded. The shelves dissolved. The library stepped quietly aside. When the world returned, you found yourself standing beneath towering trees. For a long moment, you simply looked upward. The trunks rose higher than imagination. Hundreds of meters. Perhaps more. Their bark shimmered softly with silver patterns that caught the morning light. Branches spread so high above that they disappeared into a sea of emerald leaves. Sunlight filtered gently through countless layers of foliage. Golden beams drifted downward like slow-moving rivers. The air felt wonderfully alive. Cool beneath the shade. Warm where sunlight touched the forest floor. Every breath carried the scent of earth, leaves, flowers, and distant rain. It was richer than any forest on earth. Not louder. Simply deeper. The librarian's voice drifted softly through the trees. This planet possessed weaker gravity. You listened. The trees were free to grow taller. You looked upward again. On Earth, even the mightiest redwoods eventually surrender to gravity. Here, the laws of physics offered a little more generosity. The result was breathtaking. The forest floor remained open and peaceful. Soft moss covered smooth stones. Tiny streams wound quietly between roots as large as houses. Flowers bloomed in delicate clusters of pale blue and white. None reached higher than your knees. They had no need. The giants above already held the sky. A gentle breeze moved through the canopy. Leaves rustled with remarkable softness. Not a roar. Not a whisper. Something between the two. The sound rolled across the forest like distant ocean waves. You stood still and listened. Somewhere far above, unseen creatures moved among the branches. Occasionally, glowing seeds drifted lazily toward the ground. Each no larger than a feather. They spun gently as they fell. When one touched the moss beside you, it released a faint golden glow before settling into the earth. The librarian spoke. Every autumn. A pause. The forest planted itself. You knelt beside the glowing seed. Its light slowly faded beneath the moss. Somewhere beneath the soil, another giant would one day begin its quiet climb toward the sky. You continued walking. The trees stood surprisingly far apart. There was no feeling of being enclosed. Instead, the forest resembled the great columns of an ancient cathedral. Every trunk supported a living ceiling far above. Light filtered through in endless shifting patterns. Time seemed to move differently here. Not because the planet rotated more slowly. Because nothing hurried. Even the leaves appeared content to sway at their own gentle pace. You crossed a narrow wooden bridge spanning a clear stream. The water reflected the towering trees with astonishing clarity. Small creatures drifted beneath the surface. They resembled leaves more than fish. Flat. Delicate. Green enough to disappear among reflections. The librarian's voice returned. camouflage is often mistaken for fear. The stream continued flowing peacefully. But sometimes, a pause. It is simply another form of harmony. The thought lingered. Not everything hides because it is afraid. Some things blend into the world because they belong there completely. The forest offered countless examples. Flowers mirrored sunlight. Insects resembled bark. Birds carried the colors of leaves. Nothing sought attention. Everything contributed quietly to the whole. Hours passed in peaceful wandering. Or perhaps only moments. As always, time seemed less important than observation. Eventually you reached a wide clearing. At its center stood the largest tree you had ever seen. Its trunk alone stretched wider than an entire city block. Roots spread across the earth like gentle hills. The bark carried deep golden lines that pulsed almost imperceptibly. Not with electricity. With life. You approached slowly. The air felt warmer here. Almost welcoming. The librarian appeared beside you for the first time since entering the memory. They called this. Their hand rested lightly upon the bark. The listening tree. You waited. It did not speak. The breeze moved softly through the branches. It listened. You smiled. Somehow that seemed more important. Countless generations of living creatures had likely rested beneath these branches. Seeking shade. Seeking peace. Seeking nothing at all. The tree had simply remained. Patiently. Quietly. Listening. You placed your hand upon the bark. It felt warm. Steady. Almost like resting your hand upon the shoulder of an old friend. For several minutes, neither you nor the librarian spoke. The forest itself carried the conversation. Leaves drifting. Water flowing. Seeds falling. Life continuing. The librarian finally broke the silence. This forest lived for nearly 400 million years. You looked around. It seemed eternal. What happened? The answer came gently. The climate changed. No catastrophe. No explosion. No sudden ending. Only gradual transformation. Temperatures shifted. Rainfall patterns changed. The great trees could no longer produce enough seeds. Generation by generation, the forest grew smaller. Until one day, the last tree stood alone beneath an unfamiliar sky. Then even it returned to the soil. The clearing grew quieter. You looked once more at the listening tree. It had vanished billions of years ago. Yet here, it still offered shade. Still listened. Still welcomed every traveler who opened its book. The realization carried a quiet comfort. Perhaps nothing beautiful is ever completely lost. As long as someone remembers. The sunlight gradually softened. The golden beams faded. The scent of leaves gave way once again to cedar wood and old paper. The towering trunks dissolved into warm amber light. The forest folded gently back into memory. When you opened your eyes, the book rested quietly in your hands. Blank pages. Silent cover. as though no forest had ever existed within it. You closed it with great care. The librarian accepted the book and returned it to its place upon the table. For a long while, both of you simply stood within the Hall of Forests, surrounded by thousands of other books, thousands of other worlds, thousands of other quiet mornings waiting to be remembered. As you turned to leave, the librarian spoke one final sentence. So many travelers searched the universe for extraordinary places. They looked across the endless shelves. And yet, a gentle smile appeared. Sometimes the greatest wonder is simply a tree that had enough time to grow. The two of you continued walking through the library's endless halls. Ahead, another chamber waited in patient silence. A place unlike forests or oceans. A place built not by wind or water, but by minds that had once looked up at the stars and dreamed. End of Part I. Coming next in Part 2. Chapter 7, The Hall of Silent Cities, where the first memory of a forgotten civilization quietly waits behind an unopened book. Leaving the Hall of Forests felt different from leaving the worlds before it. The meadow had taught you stillness. The ocean had taught you patience. The forest had taught you quiet growth. Each memory remained with you, not as a collection of facts, but as a gentle change in the way you observed the world around you. The library seemed aware of this. Its endless corridors no longer felt impossible to understand. You still did not know where they ended. Yet you had stopped wondering. Some places are not meant to be measured. They are meant to be experienced. The librarian walked beside you. For the first time since your arrival, neither of you led the way. Your footsteps naturally fell into the same slow rhythm. The lamps floated peacefully overhead. Their warm light reflected softly upon the polished stone floor. After a long silence, you noticed something unusual. The scent of wood and old paper was changing again. This time, there was no fragrance of rain, no ocean breeze, no flowers. Instead, the air carried a faint aroma of warm stone after sunlight. Metal gently warmed by the afternoon. Freshly carved wood. It reminded you of streets that had rested quietly beneath generations of footsteps. You glanced toward the librarian. The cities? They nodded. Every place remembers the people who shaped it. The corridor gradually widened. Unlike the natural beauty of the previous halls, this passage displayed careful symmetry. The stone beneath your feet had been laid in perfect patterns. Elegant columns rose toward the unseen ceiling. Their surfaces were carved with simple geometric designs that belonged to no civilization you recognized. At the end of the corridor, another chamber appeared. Above its entrance shimmered familiar words. The Hall of Silent Cities. The letters glowed only briefly before dissolving into warm light. You entered. Thousands of books rested upon curved shelves. Most were bound in shades of gray, bronze, deep red, and polished white. Some resembled carved marble. Others looked as though they had been fashioned from smooth metal that never tarnished. At the center waited another table. Upon it rested a single book. Its cover appeared almost ordinary. Gray cloth. A narrow silver line running across its center. Nothing more. The librarian placed their hand gently upon it. This city stood longer than most stars remained stable enough to host life. You looked at them. How? The librarian smiled. By changing. You opened the book. The familiar warmth of the library faded. Amber light dissolved. Shelves drifted into silence. When the world returned, you stood beneath an immense sky. Before you rose a city. It did not resemble any city from Earth. No towering glass skyscrapers pierced the clouds. No roads filled with vehicles. No flashing lights. Instead, graceful stone structures curved upward like growing trees. Every building appeared shaped by wind rather than machinery. Smooth white towers rose gently from broad terraces covered in gardens. Bridges arched elegantly above quiet canals. Water reflected pale blue skies between carefully planted trees whose silver leaves shimmered softly in the afternoon light. Nothing seemed crowded. The city breathed. You began walking. The streets were wide. Not because enormous crowds once gathered here. Because whoever built this place believed every traveler deserved room to walk slowly. Smooth stone pathways curved naturally between buildings. Flowers grew freely along their edges. Small streams crossed beneath delicate bridges no wider than a single person. You listened. There were no voices. No footsteps. No birds. Only the quiet sound of flowing water. The librarian's voice reached you gently. This city has been empty for nearly 12 million years. You stopped. It looked untouched. Not abandoned. Not ruined. Simply waiting. Windows remained clear. Gardens continued blooming. Stone carried no cracks. Nothing had collapsed. It was as though the inhabitants had stepped away only moments before. You entered a nearby building. Sunlight poured softly through wide circular openings in the walls. Inside stood long wooden tables. Shelves lined the room. Not unlike those within the library. Yet these shelves once held everyday objects. Ceramic cups. Simple tools. Musical instruments unlike any you had seen. Everything remained carefully arranged. Nothing scattered. Nothing broken. You picked up a small cup. It felt warm. Not physically. Emotionally. Someone had once held it while watching rain beyond these windows. Someone had once shared quiet conversation across this very table. Ordinary lives. Ordinary afternoons. The librarian spoke. They believed beauty belonged to daily life. You smiled. Perhaps that explained the city. Nothing shouted for attention. Nothing competed. Every building simply belonged beside the next. You stepped outside once more. The streets gradually climbed toward a central hill. At its summit stood a circular building surrounded by trees. Its roof opened toward the sky. You approached. Inside, rows of stone seats formed gentle circles. At the center rested nothing. Only sunlight. The librarian appeared beside you. This was their place of listening. You looked around. They came here to speak? The librarian shook their head. To listen. The answer felt familiar. The listening tree. Now a listening hall. Different civilizations. The same wisdom. Sometimes silence teaches more than conversation. You sat upon one of the smooth stone benches. Warm sunlight touched your face. A gentle breeze drifted through the open roof. For a long while, nothing happened. Then you noticed something remarkable. The city itself produced a kind of music. Not instruments. Not voices. Wind passing through carefully shaped openings. Water flowing beneath hidden channels. Leaves moving gently above quiet courtyards. Each sound almost too soft to notice alone. Together they formed a peaceful harmony. Architecture designed not only for shelter, but for calm. The librarian spoke quietly. They believed every city should comfort the mind. You closed your eyes. It worked. Even empty. Even after 12 million years, the city still felt welcoming. Still gentle. Still kind. You wondered about the people who had lived here. What had they looked like? How had they greeted one another each morning? What dreams had they carried? What happened to them? The question came almost as a whisper. The librarian remained silent for several moments. Then answered. They left. You opened your eyes. They abandoned the city? No. The librarian smiled softly. They no longer needed cities. You frowned slightly. The librarian continued. As their understanding grew, the breeze moved gently through the open roof. They learned to live differently. They returned their buildings to the world. You looked across the quiet streets. No war. No disaster. No collapse. Simply a civilization that had gently outgrown the places it once called home. The realization felt strangely peaceful. Perhaps not every ending requires tragedy. Sometimes, people simply continue walking. The afternoon light slowly deepened. Long shadows stretched across the streets. Silver leaves drifted quietly from the trees. One landed upon the stone beside you. Perfect. Weightless. You picked it up. The moment it touched your hand, it dissolved into tiny particles of light. Memory returning to memory. The city began fading. The white buildings softened first. Then the canals. Then the trees. The quiet music of wind and flowing water slowly blended into the familiar stillness of the library. When your eyes opened once more, the gray book rested quietly upon the table. Blank pages. Closed cover. Silent. You placed it gently back where it belonged. The librarian looked across the thousands of books surrounding you. Many people believe civilizations are remembered for what they built. They rested a hand lightly upon the shelf. But often, a small smile appeared. They are remembered for how peacefully they lived together. You stood quietly beside them. Somewhere beyond the Hall of Silent Cities waited another forgotten world. Another unopened book. Another gentle memory. And with every story the library shared, the universe seemed to grow not larger, but more familiar. When the Hall of Silent Cities disappeared behind you, the library felt quieter than before. Not because fewer sounds filled its endless corridors. The library had always been silent. The quiet had changed because you had. Each memory left behind something invisible. A slower heartbeat. A softer way of thinking. A growing awareness that every world, no matter how distant, had once been someone's home. You and the librarian walked together beneath the floating lamps. The warm amber light never cast sharp shadows. Everything in the library seemed to prefer gentleness over contrast. After a time, the corridors began changing once again. The shelves grew taller. The spaces between them widened. The air became noticeably cooler. A faint silver light blended with the familiar amber glow. You looked upward. Tiny points of light floated near the ceiling. At first, you mistook them for stars. Then you realized they were small spheres. Perfectly round. Each glowing softly with pale white light. They drifted silently above the shelves. Like miniature moons. The next hall remembers companions, the librarian said. Companions? The worlds that circled other worlds. The words lingered gently. You thought of Earth's moon. How many nights had people across history looked upward and found comfort in its quiet presence? How many oceans had answered its invisible pull? How many stories had begun beneath moonlight? Ahead, another chamber slowly revealed itself. Its entrance shimmered with quiet silver letters. The Hall of Lost Moons. The words faded as you stepped inside. This chamber felt different from every hall before it. Instead of curved bookshelves alone, graceful stone pillars rose toward the unseen ceiling. Between them floated dozens of luminous spheres, each resembling a moon suspended in miniature. Some were smooth and bright. Others carried delicate rings of ice. A few bore ancient craters softened by gentle light. The room itself seemed to orbit an invisible center. At the middle stood the familiar wooden table. Waiting upon it rested a book bound in pale gray leather. Its surface shimmered faintly like moonlight upon calm water. The librarian rested a hand beside it. This memory is older than many galaxies you have seen. You opened the book. The pages welcomed you without words. The library dissolved. The shelves faded into silver mist. When the world returned, you stood beneath an enormous sky. Before you floated a giant planet. Its blue atmosphere stretched across nearly half the heavens. Bands of white clouds drifted slowly around its immense curve. Lightning flashed silently within distant storms. It was beautiful beyond language. You realized immediately that you were not standing upon the planet itself. You stood upon one of its moons. The ground beneath your feet shimmered with pale crystal. Tiny fragments sparkled softly beneath every step. The landscape rolled gently toward distant mountains carved from brilliant ice. Above everything hung the giant planet. So large. So close. Its reflected light illuminated the entire moon. There was no true night here. Only endless twilight. The librarian's voice reached you softly. This moon never knew darkness. You looked upward again. The giant world covered so much of the sky that sunlight reflected continuously from its clouds. The horizon glowed with quiet silver blue light. You began walking across the frozen plain. Despite appearances, the air felt surprisingly gentle. Not warm. Not painfully cold. The atmosphere carried just enough warmth from geothermal springs hidden beneath the surface. Thin streams flowed between fields of crystal. Steam rose quietly into the pale sky. The water beneath the ice remained liquid. Life often finds remarkable places to continue. You knelt beside one of the streams. Tiny organisms drifted beneath the clear water. Each emitted a faint turquoise glow. They resembled tiny stars carried gently by the current. The librarian spoke. Even here. A pause. Life learned to bloom. You smiled. Again, the universe refused to limit imagination. Earth teaches one version of possibility. The cosmos quietly writes countless others. Far across the plain, graceful arches of ice stretched naturally between rocky hills. Millions of years of freezing and melting had carved them into elegant bridges. Sunlight from the distant star passed through them, scattering delicate rainbows across the snow. No wind disturbed the silence. Only the slow trickle of hidden water. Only the quiet breathing of the world itself. You walked beneath one of the great arches. Its surface contained tiny bubbles trapped countless ages ago. Ancient air. Ancient seasons. Ancient winters preserved inside transparent crystal. The librarian's voice returned. This moon circled its planet for nearly 5 billion years. You considered the number. Long enough to witness continents forming upon the world above. Long enough to watch oceans appear. Long enough to see countless smaller moons arrive and disappear. It had been a faithful companion through ages almost impossible to imagine. What happened? The answer came gently. The planet wandered too close. You looked upward. The immense blue giant remained beautiful. Silent. The librarian continued. Another star. You understood. The planetary system had drifted through the galaxy, eventually passing near another sun. Gravity. Patient. Invisible. Unavoidable. The moon's orbit slowly changed. Century after century. Million after million years. Until one quiet day. It simply drifted away. Not shattered. Not destroyed. Released. The giant planet slowly became smaller in the sky. Year after year. Until at last, only another bright star remained. The moon continued alone through interstellar darkness. A world without a parent. A companion separated from the one it had circled almost since the beginning of time. The thought carried an unexpected sadness. Not dramatic. Gentle. Like remembering an old friend whose face grows softer with each passing year. You stood in silence. Above you, the great planet still filled the sky. Because this memory preserved the time before the parting. The final seasons together. The final quiet centuries before gravity gently carried them along different paths. You wondered whether worlds could miss one another. Perhaps not. But those who remember them certainly can. A faint snowfall began. Tiny crystals drifted slowly through the silver light. Each snowflake reflected the giant planet above. Thousands of miniature worlds falling gently toward the frozen ground. You reached out your hand. One landed upon your glove. Its pattern was unlike any snowflake from Earth. 6 delicate arms curved into graceful spirals. For a brief moment, it shone brilliantly, then quietly melted, returning to water once more. The librarian spoke again. Nothing in the universe remains together forever. The snowfall continued. But nothing that truly mattered is ever completely lost. You watched the giant planet one last time. Its storms turned slowly. Its clouds glowed softly beneath distant sunlight. The moon beneath your feet rested peacefully. Still faithful. Still beautiful. Even knowing what the future would bring. The horizon gradually blurred. The silver light softened. The frozen plains dissolved into warm amber glow. The great planet faded gently into memory. When you opened your eyes, you stood once again inside the Hall of Lost Moons. The pale gray book rested quietly in your hands. Blank pages. Silent cover. You returned it carefully to the table. The librarian looked upward. The small luminous moons continued drifting peacefully near the unseen ceiling. Many travelers believe the stars are what hold the universe together. A quiet smile crossed their face. But often, they watched the tiny moons floating above. It is the companions traveling beside them. The two of you left the hall without another word. Behind you, countless forgotten moons continued circling quietly through memory. Ahead, another unopened book waited patiently upon another shelf. Another world. Another story. Another gentle reminder that even in a universe measured across billions of years, the quiet bonds between companions could become memories worthy of eternity. Beyond the Hall of Lost Moons, the library grew warmer. Not suddenly. The change arrived so gently that you noticed it only after many quiet minutes of walking. The cool silver light slowly gave way to deeper shades of gold. The scent of old paper remained. But now it mingled with something unfamiliar. Warm stone. Dry earth. The faint fragrance that lingers after lightning touches distant hills. You breathed slowly. It felt ancient. The librarian noticed. You remember it. You looked at them with quiet curiosity. I've never smelled this before. The librarian smiled. Not in this life. The answer drifted into silence. It was not offered as a mystery, nor as certainty. Only as another thought the library was content to leave unanswered. The corridor widened. The floating lamps became fewer. In their place, soft golden spheres hovered near the floor. Their light resembled glowing embers rather than lanterns. None flickered. None produced smoke. They simply glowed with calm, steady warmth. Ahead, another circular doorway appeared. Words shimmered above it like slow-moving sunlight. The Hall of First Fire. The letters glowed with gentle amber light before dissolving into the air. Inside, the shelves curved upward in graceful circles. The books resting upon them were unlike any you had seen. Their bindings carried shades of copper, bronze, crimson, and dark charcoal. Some looked as though they had been carved from cooled lava. Others shimmered like polished amber, holding tiny bubbles trapped within. At the center waited another wooden table. Upon it rested a single book. Its cover was deep brown. Simple. Unadorned. Only one tiny golden mark rested near its corner. Not a symbol. More like the faint outline of a single glowing ember. The librarian rested their hand beside it. This memory changed an entire civilization. You looked at the book. A great invention? The librarian shook their head. A small discovery. You smiled. The library often preferred small beginnings over dramatic endings. You opened the book. Warmth rose gently from its pages. The shelves disappeared. Amber light dissolved. When the world returned, you found yourself standing beneath an evening sky. The air carried the coolness that arrives just after sunset. A wide valley stretched before you. Gentle hills surrounded open grasslands. A river wound quietly through the landscape, reflecting the last light of a pale orange star. Above, unfamiliar constellations slowly appeared one by one. The first stars of evening. You noticed movement near the river. Several figures gathered together. They were not human. Yet something about them felt wonderfully familiar. They stood upright, moved with calm purpose. Their skin carried soft shades of gray and bronze. Large dark eyes reflected the fading light. No clothing decorated them beyond simple woven fibers gathered from nearby plants. They spoke quietly. Not with words you could understand, but with gentle sounds filled with patience rather than urgency. The librarian's voice reached you softly. They had already learned language. You watched. They had already learned kindness. A pause. But not yet. The figures gathered in a small circle. Fire. The evening grew cooler. Several young ones huddled close beside older members of the group. One elder carefully arranged dry branches upon the ground. Another carried smooth stones gathered from the riverbank. No one hurried. No one seemed frustrated. This was not their first attempt, nor their 100th. One of the elders gently struck two stones together. A tiny spark appeared, then vanished. Again. Another spark. Gone. The youngest members watched with quiet fascination. Not impatience. Wonder. The elder continued. Stone against stone. Spark. Stone. Spark. The valley slowly darkened. The stars grew brighter overhead. The river reflected the night. Still they continued. Patiently. Without disappointment. Without expectation. Simply trying again. Then, a single spark landed upon the dry fibers. For a heartbeat. Nothing happened. A faint thread of smoke rose into the cool air. The elder leaned forward. Very gently. Breathing slowly. The tiny ember glowed brighter. Another careful breath. A faint orange light appeared. Small. Almost fragile. Then, a flame. No larger than a flower. Its light danced softly upon every face gathered around it. No one shouted. No one celebrated loudly. Instead, they simply watched, eyes wide with quiet amazement. The librarian spoke almost in a whisper. This was the first controlled fire their species ever made. The little flame continued dancing. Its warmth spread only a short distance. Yet everyone moved closer. The children reached out cautious hands. Their faces glowed with soft amber light. The elders smiled. Not because they had conquered nature, because they had learned to cooperate with it. The fire crackled gently. Tiny sparks drifted upward toward the stars. For a long while, nothing else happened. No great speeches. No discoveries. Only several families sitting together beneath the night sky. Sharing warmth. Sharing light. Sharing silence. You realized that this was why the library had preserved the moment. Not because fire changed history. Because it changed evenings. It allowed stories to continue after sunset. Meals to be shared. Songs to be sung. Children to fall asleep beside gentle warmth instead of darkness alone. The first fire had not created civilization. It had created togetherness. The librarian continued softly. They would eventually build cities. The little flame reflected within calm eyes. They would cross oceans. The fire grew steadier. They would study the stars. Tiny sparks continued rising. But every journey, a pause, began beside a small flame. The valley remained wonderfully quiet. Above, unfamiliar constellations slowly turned with the night. Around the fire, the families began speaking again. One elder pointed toward the stars. A child looked upward, listening carefully. Perhaps the first story had just begun. Not written, not recorded, simply spoken beside a newly discovered fire. You smiled. Every library begins with memory. Every memory begins with a story. And many stories begin where people gather around light. The little flame burned peacefully. You noticed something remarkable. No one attempted to make it larger. No one fed it too much wood. They protected it. Carefully. Respectfully. Understanding that something precious does not become greater by becoming louder. The librarian seemed to notice your thoughts. Wisdom often arrives before technology. The sentence lingered. It is only later. The families quietly watched the dancing flame. That civilizations sometimes forget. A cool breeze crossed the valley. The fire bent gently, then straightened again. Its light continued warming the circle gathered around it. You wondered how many generations would remember this evening. Perhaps none. Perhaps all of them. Either way, the library remembered. The stars slowly brightened. The river became a ribbon of silver. The warmth upon your face began fading. The valley softened into amber light. The tiny flame became one glowing ember. Then a single point of gold. Then only memory. When you opened your eyes once more, the book rested quietly in your hands. Its pages were blank. Its cover carried the same tiny golden amber. You closed it with gentle care. The librarian returned it to its place. For a while, neither of you spoke. The warm lamps of the library seemed slightly brighter than before. Or perhaps, you had simply learned to appreciate gentle light. As you turned toward the endless corridors once more, the librarian said quietly, "Across the universe, civilizations discovered fire in countless different ways. They looked toward the endless shelves. But every first flame carried the same promise." A small smile appeared. That no one would have to face the night alone. Far ahead, another hall waited. Another unopened book. Another quiet beginning preserved among the endless memories of the universe. The memory of the first fire remained with you long after the book had been closed. As you walked beside the librarian, you found yourself thinking not about great discoveries, but about small circles of light. A family gathered beneath unfamiliar stars. A quiet evening. A flame no larger than a flower. Perhaps every civilization, no matter how advanced, carried somewhere within it the memory of one simple fire. The library seemed pleased by thoughts like these. Its corridors unfolded gently before you. The floating lamps glowed with the same patient warmth. The shelves stretched endlessly into soft amber distance. Nothing hurried you toward the next story. Nothing asked you to keep walking. The library understood that every memory deserved time to settle. Eventually, the air began changing once more. A coolness returned. Not the crisp chill of frozen moons, nor the fresh salt carried by endless seas. This air felt heavier, moist, filled with the scent of rain that had not yet fallen. You paused. The librarian also stopped. "There are oceans," they said quietly, "that remember beginnings." A gentle pause followed. And oceans. Their eyes rested somewhere beyond the endless shelves. That remember endings. You continued walking. The corridor grew darker, though never dim. The amber light softened into shades of blue and silver. The floor beneath your feet reflected faint ripples, as though polished stone had become calm water. Ahead, another chamber emerged. Its entrance shimmered softly. The Hall of the Last Ocean. The words appeared like reflections upon still water before dissolving into silence. Inside, the chamber felt vast. The ceiling disappeared into gentle darkness. The shelves curved around the room in broad circles. Every book carried shades of deep blue, slate gray, and pale white. Some covers looked smooth as sea glass. Others resembled weathered driftwood carried by ancient tides. At the center rested the familiar wooden table. Upon it lay a single book. Its binding was the color of distant rain clouds. The edges of its pages shimmered faintly, as though touched by mist. The librarian rested a hand upon the table. This memory belongs to a world nearing its final season. You opened the book. The cool scent of rain rose immediately. The library faded. The shelves dissolved. When the world returned, you stood upon a quiet coastline. The sea stretched peacefully toward the horizon. Gentle waves rolled across smooth black sand. Above, the sky glowed with soft shades of lavender and silver. The star hanging above the ocean was old. Its light carried a deep amber hue. Not bright. Not fading. Simply older. The librarian's voice reached you. This ocean has existed for nearly 7 billion years. You looked across the water. It moved with remarkable calm. Tiny ripples caught the warm evening light. Far offshore, graceful islands rested like sleeping giants. Clouds drifted slowly overhead. Everything felt timeless. Yet the librarian had spoken of an ending. You began walking along the shore. The sand beneath your feet was unusually dark. Not volcanic. Rich with tiny crystals polished by countless ages of waves. Each reflected faint points of amber light. The sea whispered quietly beside you. Not with crashing surf. Only gentle breaths. As though the ocean itself had grown old and no longer wished to raise its voice. You knelt near the water. The tide touched your fingers. It felt warmer than expected. Comfortably warm. Like rain collected in a shallow stone basin beneath the afternoon sun. Small translucent creatures drifted beneath the surface. They glowed softly whenever a wave passed overhead. The librarian spoke. The star has begun changing. You nodded. Stars age slowly. Almost beyond imagination. Yet everyone eventually changes. This world had simply reached that quiet chapter. The oceans were warming. Not rapidly. Not violently. Patiently. Century after century. Million after million years. Life had adapted countless times before. But eventually, even adaptation reaches its limits. You continued walking. The coastline curved gently toward towering cliffs. Strange flowering plants covered their slopes. Their broad silver leaves reflected the amber sunlight. Many blossoms remained closed despite the warm air. They bloom only once, the librarian said. When? The final year. You looked more carefully. Every plant along the cliffs carried unopened flowers. Millions of them. Waiting together. For one last season. The thought filled the landscape with quiet beauty. Not sadness. Completion. You climbed a gentle path toward the top of the cliffs. From there, the ocean stretched farther than imagination. Its surface shimmered beneath the old star. Far beyond the horizon, enormous clouds rose into the upper atmosphere. They carried more moisture than storms on Earth ever could. The warming seas had filled the sky with water. Rain had become almost constant across much of the planet. Yet here, for one peaceful evening, the sky remained clear. Almost as though the world wished to offer one final sunset. The librarian stood beside you. Watch. The amber sun slowly approached the horizon. Its light spread across the sea in a broad river of gold. Every wave reflected it. Every cloud accepted it gently. Then something extraordinary happened. Across the cliffs, every unopened flower bloomed. Not one after another. Together. Silver petals unfolded silently. The entire coastline transformed into a sea of pale blossoms. They turned toward the setting star. No sound accompanied them. Only the quiet movement of countless petals greeting the evening. You watched without speaking. The librarian's voice became almost indistinguishable from the breeze. They evolved to bloom during the final stable season. The flowers shimmered softly. They would never bloom again. A gentle wind carried thousands of glowing seeds toward the ocean. They drifted slowly across the water. None would find soil. None would grow. Their journey had another purpose. Beauty. Sometimes, the universe allows something magnificent simply because magnificence itself has value. The sun slipped lower. Its warm light deepened into copper. Then crimson. The sea reflected every changing color. You realized this sunset had happened billions of years ago. The star had already finished its transformation. The oceans had long since become vapor. The cliffs had disappeared. The flowers no longer existed anywhere. Except here. Within memory. The librarian continued softly. Many believe the universe measures success by survival. The last edge of the sun touched the horizon. It does not. Silence. It also remembers grace. The final light vanished. The sky darkened gently. One by one, unfamiliar stars appeared overhead. The flowers slowly closed once more. Their brief farewell complete. The world began dissolving. The ocean faded first. Then the cliffs. Then the silver blossoms. The scent of rain slowly became cedar and old paper once again. Warm amber lamps replaced unfamiliar stars. The library welcomed you back. The book rested quietly in your hands. Blank pages. Silent cover. You closed it carefully. The librarian returned it to the shelf. For several minutes, neither of you moved. The hull of the last ocean remained perfectly still. Around you rested thousands of other books. Thousands of endings. Thousands of beginnings. Each preserved with equal kindness. As you turned toward the endless corridors once more, the librarian spoke. Nothing beautiful lasts forever. They paused. But perhaps a gentle smile appeared. That is why beauty asks us to notice it while it is here. You carried those words with you as you continued deeper into the library. Ahead waited another hall. Another memory. Another quiet page from the endless story of the universe. After leaving the Hall of the Last Ocean, neither you nor the librarian spoke for a very long time. The silence no longer felt like the space between conversations. It had become the conversation itself. Each memory the library revealed seemed to slow the mind a little more. Thoughts that once rushed now drifted like leaves upon calm water. Questions no longer demanded immediate answers. They simply accompanied you. The endless corridors continued beneath their warm amber light. The floating lamps glowed with patient certainty. Somewhere beyond sight, millions of unread books waited without impatience. The library understood something humanity often forgot. Nothing meaningful can truly be hurried. Gradually, another change arrived. The warmth faded. The air grew astonishingly clear. There was no scent of rain. No fragrance of trees. No trace of oceans. Only something impossible to describe. the clean emptiness of deep space. You breathed slowly. It almost felt as though the library itself had become lighter. The librarian looked upward. The next memory was never meant to be seen this closely. Ahead, the corridor widened into the largest chamber you had visited. The ceiling vanished completely into darkness. For the first time since entering the library, the floating lamps disappeared altogether. Instead, countless tiny stars shone above. Not paintings. Not lights. Actual stars. Or perfect memories of them. The entrance shimmered softly. The Hall of Broken Stars. The words scattered like starlight before fading away. Inside, the shelves were carved from black stone that reflected the heavens above. The books resting upon them carried deep shades of midnight blue, obsidian, silver, and crimson. Some covers sparkled faintly, as though fragments of distant galaxies rested beneath polished glass. At the center waited the familiar table. Upon it rested a book unlike any before. Its cover appeared almost weightless, dark enough to resemble space itself. Tiny points of light slowly drifted across its surface. The librarian rested both hands gently beside it. This is not the memory of a planet. A pause. It is the memory of a star. You opened the book. Immediately, the library vanished. There was no gentle fading this time. Only boundless darkness. Then, light. You floated silently through space. There was no ground beneath your feet. No sky above your head. Only the endless universe stretching in every direction. Ahead burned a magnificent blue-white star. It radiated extraordinary brilliance. Its light washed across nearby clouds of cosmic gas, painting them with shades of sapphire and violet. The star was immense. Hundreds of times larger than the sun. Its surface seemed alive. Great rivers of plasma flowed slowly across it. Towering arcs of fire reached thousands of kilometers into surrounding space before gently falling back. Yet despite its tremendous energy, nothing felt violent. Only beautiful. The librarian's voice arrived softly. This star lived quickly. Massive stars always do. They burn brighter. They shine hotter. But they spend their fuel far more rapidly than smaller stars. A quiet truth of the universe. Sometimes, those who shine most brilliantly have the shortest lives. Around the giant star drifted several young planets. None had yet developed life. They were still warm from their creation. One glowed red beneath fresh volcanic plains. Another carried endless oceans of molten rock. A third had only recently begun cooling beneath thick clouds. Entire worlds, still waiting for tomorrow. You watched quietly. The blue giant continued burning with astonishing grace. Every second, unimaginable amounts of hydrogen became light. The energy crossed space in silent waves, traveling outward, touching worlds, warming distant moons, guiding future life. Even stars spend their existence giving themselves away. The librarian continued. For millions of years, the star shone peacefully. Everything remained in balance. You understood. Gravity pulled inward. Radiation pushed outward. One force embracing, the other releasing. Together, a perfect equilibrium. The oldest dance in the cosmos. Then, almost too gradually to notice, the light began changing. Not dimming, deepening. The brilliant blue slowly shifted toward white, then pale gold. Inside the star, hydrogen had become scarce. A new chapter quietly began. The librarian spoke almost in a whisper. Every star carries its ending within its beginning. The sentence lingered gently. The surface of the giant star grew more active. Great waves rolled across its glowing face. Immense currents folded into one another. Still beautiful. Still calm. Then came the final moment. There was no warning. No countdown. The balance simply ended. Gravity, patient for millions of years, finally spoke. The entire star collapsed inward. Not slowly. Not violently to your eyes. The library allowed you to witness the event as though time itself had chosen to breathe more gently. The brilliant sphere became smaller, brighter, denser. For one silent heartbeat, the whole universe seemed to pause. Then, light. Not an explosion of destruction. A flower of light. Layer after glowing layer expanded outward. Clouds of gold, crimson, silver, blue. Every element the star had created during its lifetime flowed gently into space. Carbon, oxygen, iron, calcium. The very materials that one day would become oceans, mountains, trees, bones, and breathing hearts. The librarian's voice drifted quietly through the expanding nebula. This is how the universe learns generosity. The glowing cloud continued growing. No violence reached you. Only overwhelming beauty. Tiny particles sparkled throughout the expanding shell. Each would someday become part of another world. Perhaps countless worlds. Some would gather into planets. Others into moons. Some would eventually become the bodies of living creatures who looked upward and wondered where they had come from. You looked into the luminous cloud. For a brief moment, you imagined every living thing quietly whispering thank you to stars they would never know. The nebula drifted peacefully. At its center remained something astonishingly small. A neutron star. No larger than a city, yet carrying more mass than the sun. It spun slowly, gracefully. A faint beam of light swept silently across the darkness. Not frightening, comforting. Like a lighthouse continuing its work long after the shoreline had disappeared. The librarian spoke again. The star was never broken. You listened carefully. It simply became many things. The sentence settled deeply within you. How often do people mistake transformation for loss? The star had not ended. It had changed. Its light became planets. Its heart became a neutron star. Its ashes became possibility. Nothing had truly vanished. The nebula slowly dissolved into softer colors. The distant planets faded. The gentle lighthouse beam became a single point of light. The scentless purity of space slowly gave way once again to cedar wood and ancient paper. The endless shelves returned. Warm amber lamps glowed peacefully overhead. You stood once more inside the Hall of Broken Stars. The book rested quietly in your hands. Blank pages. Silent cover. As though nothing extraordinary had ever lived within it. You closed it with great care. The librarian accepted the book and placed it back upon its shelf. For a long while, both of you simply looked upward. The ceiling remained filled with countless quiet stars. Finally, the librarian spoke. Everything you have ever touched. A gentle pause. Was once inside a star. You breathed slowly. The words required no explanation. You already understood. The stone beneath your feet. The trees of forgotten worlds. The oceans. The flowers. The tiny flame beside an ancient family. Even you. Everything had once belonged to light. The librarian smiled gently. And perhaps their eyes reflected the stars above. One day, we will all become part of another story. Together, you left the Hall of Broken Stars. Ahead, another unopened book waited patiently. Another memory preserved beyond time. Another quiet reminder that in the library of the universe, nothing beautiful is ever truly lost. After the Hall of Broken Stars, the library felt different. Not because its endless corridors had changed. The shelves still stretched beyond sight. The floating lamps still bathed everything in their familiar amber glow. The quiet remained as gentle as ever. Yet something within you had become more spacious. Seeing a star give itself to the universe had quietly rearranged your thoughts. You no longer looked at the books as records of things that had ended. You began seeing them as beginnings waiting to happen again. The librarian walked beside you without speaking. Sometimes silence is the highest form of agreement. Your footsteps echoed softly across the polished stone floor. Somewhere far away, countless unread stories continued waiting with infinite patience. After a long while, you noticed another subtle change. The light around the shelves seemed softer. Not dimmer. Almost dreamlike. The edges of the books appeared slightly blurred, as though wrapped in a thin veil of morning mist. The air carried a fragrance unlike any hall before. Not rain. Not forests. Not oceans. It smelled faintly of lavender. Of old parchment. And of the brief moment just before falling asleep. You slowed your pace. The librarian smiled gently. Every civilization dreams. You looked toward them. Even those unlike us? They dream differently. A pause. But they still imagine what does not yet exist. The corridor curved gently. Ahead, another doorway emerged from the warm light. Above it shimmered delicate silver letters. The Hall of Forgotten Dreams. The words floated for only a moment before dissolving into tiny sparks. Inside, the chamber felt quieter than any place you had visited. Even your footsteps seemed reluctant to disturb the stillness. The shelves here were built from pale wood that shimmered faintly beneath the lamps. The books carried gentle shades of ivory, soft violet, faded blue, and warm cream. Some bindings looked almost like folded clouds. Others resembled smooth fabric woven from moonlight. At the center rested the familiar wooden table. Upon it lay a remarkably small book. Its cover was light gray. Simple. Without ornament. Only a single feather had been pressed gently beneath its surface, as though preserved forever. The librarian rested their fingertips beside it. This memory belongs to something that never truly existed. You looked at the book. How can the library remember something that never happened? The librarian's smile deepened. Dreams also leave echoes. You opened the book. The familiar warmth of the library drifted away. This time, it did not disappear all at once. Instead, it became transparent. The shelves faded into light. The lamps dissolved into drifting stars. When the world returned, you stood inside a quiet valley beneath an endless twilight sky. The landscape seemed almost real. Gentle hills rolled toward distant mountains. A calm lake reflected countless unfamiliar constellations. Flowers bloomed across the fields. Yet something felt different. The colors shifted ever so slightly whenever you looked away. The breeze changed direction without warning. The clouds slowly formed shapes that resembled memories before drifting apart again. Nothing was unstable. Only wonderfully fluid. The librarian's voice floated softly across the valley. This world existed inside the imagination of another. You listened. It was never built. You walked slowly through the meadow. Each flower looked unique. Some carried petals shaped like tiny stars. Others resembled delicate spirals. No two appeared alike. Perhaps imagination never repeats itself exactly. A narrow path led toward the lake. Its surface remained perfectly still. When you looked into the water, you expected to see your reflection. Instead, you saw countless possible versions of yourself. One older, one younger, one standing beneath Earth's night sky, another walking across unfamiliar worlds. None moved. They simply existed. Gentle possibilities resting quietly within memory. The librarian spoke. Every intelligent species imagines futures. A pause. Most of them never happen. You nodded. Humanity has always imagined impossible machines. Impossible journeys. Impossible peace. Impossible tomorrows. Most remained dreams. Yet those dreams had shaped history. You continued walking. Ahead stood a small wooden house beside the lake. Warm light glowed gently through its windows. Smoke rose lazily from its chimney. It looked welcoming. Comfortable. You approached. Inside, a single wooden table stood beside a broad window overlooking the water. Several books rested neatly upon it. A teapot waited patiently beside two empty cups. No one was home. Yet everything felt lovingly arranged. The librarian appeared quietly beside the doorway. This house belonged to no one. You looked around. It was imagined by millions. The answer settled gently into the room. You understood. across civilizations, across worlds. Different minds often dream of similar places. A peaceful home, a quiet evening, a warm drink beside the window while rain falls outside. Some dreams are universal, not because they are copied, because peace wears many familiar faces. You poured tea into one of the cups. Steam rose slowly. The aroma reminded you of herbs that had never grown on Earth. You took a careful sip. The flavor shifted gently. First honey, then mint, then something impossible to name, like tasting an old memory. You smiled. Dreams are not limited by ordinary rules. Outside, gentle snow began falling. Only moments earlier, flowers had covered the meadow. Now soft white flakes drifted through the twilight. The blossoms did not disappear. Snow settled upon them. Winter and spring sharing the same quiet afternoon. The librarian watched through the window. In dreams, a pause. Contradictions rarely argue. You laughed softly. It was true. Dreams often accept impossibilities with remarkable grace. You sat quietly beside the window. The lake reflected both snowfall and blooming flowers. Stars shimmered upon its surface despite the twilight sky. Everything belonged together. Nothing demanded explanation. For a long while, you simply watched. Eventually, you asked, "Who dreamed this place?" The librarian remained silent, then answered gently, "No one remembers." The words carried no sadness, only truth. The dreamer had vanished billions of years ago. Their civilization had disappeared. Their world no longer circled its distant sun. Yet, the dream remained. Preserved, welcomed, remembered. The realization felt unexpectedly hopeful. Perhaps even the quiet hopes we never fulfill still leave gentle footprints across the universe. The librarian spoke once more. Reality shapes the body. The snowfall continued softly. But dreams shape the future. Outside, the stars slowly grew brighter. The lake reflected them with perfect calm. You wondered how many discoveries, how many songs, how many acts of kindness had first existed only as impossible dreams. The house gradually grew transparent. The falling snow became drifting light. The flowers faded into soft colors. The lake dissolved into amber glow. When you opened your eyes once more, you stood inside the Hall of Forgotten Dreams. The small gray book rested quietly in your hands. Blank pages. Silent cover. The feather beneath its surface still shimmered gently. You closed it with great care. The librarian returned it to its place upon the table. For several moments, neither of you moved. Around you, thousands of books waited patiently. Perhaps among them rested the forgotten dreams of countless civilizations. Dreams that had inspired songs, paintings, acts of courage, quiet hopes whispered beneath unfamiliar skies. As you turned toward the corridor once more, the librarian spoke softly. The universe remembers more than what happened. A gentle smile appeared. It also remembers what was lovingly imagined. Together, you continued walking through the endless library. Far ahead, another unopened book rested upon another waiting shelf. Another memory. Another quiet lesson. Another echo carried across eternity.
The universe remember more than what happened. Against my upper. It also remember what was lovingly imagined. Together, you continue walking throughout the endless library. Far ahead, another unopened book rests upon another waiting shelf. Another memory. Another quick lesson. Another echo carried across eternity.
The hall of forgotten dreams remained behind you like the memory of a peaceful sleep. Its quiet house beside the impossible lake lingered gently within your thoughts. You realized something curious. The library never asked you to remember. Yet you always did. Perhaps memories that arrive in silence stay longer than those that arrive with noise. You and the librarian continued your slow journey through the endless corridors. The shelves still stretched farther than sight could follow. The floating lamps glowed with their familiar warmth. Every book waited with the same endless patience. After what might have been an hour, or perhaps an entire day, the light around you began changing. The amber glow slowly faded into deeper shades of crimson and gold. Not darker, older. As though the light itself had traveled across unimaginable distances before reaching the library. The air grew strangely still. Even your breathing sounded softer. The librarian paused. The next hall remembers stars. A quiet pause. After their light has disappeared. Ahead, the corridor widened into another magnificent chamber. Above its entrance floated gentle letters of pale gold. The Hall of Extinct Suns. The words shimmered briefly, then dissolved like fading twilight. You stepped inside. Immediately, you noticed the warmth. Not physical warmth. The emotional warmth of standing beside an old fireplace after everyone else has gone to sleep. The shelves here were darker than any before. Deep mahogany. Burnished bronze. Black stone polished until it reflected distant stars. Every book carried the colors of evening skies. Dark crimson. Burnt orange. Faded gold. Soft charcoal. At the center rested the familiar wooden table. Upon it lay a single volume. Its cover glowed faintly from within. Not brightly. Only enough to suggest that somewhere deep inside, a tiny ember still remained. The librarian rested a hand upon the table. This memory belongs to a light that traveled long after its source had vanished. You opened the book. The library dissolved quietly. Amber shelves faded into darkness. When the world returned, you floated gently through interstellar space. There were no nearby planets. No colorful nebulae. No great galaxies filling the sky. Only stars. Countless stars. Each quietly shining across the immeasurable darkness. One star ahead seemed ordinary. Soft golden light radiated from it. It looked peaceful. Comforting. Almost familiar. It reminded you of the sun. The librarian's voice drifted gently beside you. This star died 2,000 years ago. You looked again. It was still shining. The light remained warm, steady, beautiful. The librarian continued. What you see. A pause. Left before the star disappeared. You smiled softly. Of course. Light needs time. Across the vastness of space, even the fastest traveler in the universe arrives patiently. The sunlight warming your face on Earth had left the sun more than 8 minutes earlier. The starlight before you had begun its journey thousands of years before. You watched quietly. The star continued glowing. Yet somewhere beyond your sight, it no longer existed. The realization felt strangely comforting. Sometimes beauty continues long after its beginning has ended. The librarian spoke. Every night sky is also a history book. You looked across the countless stars. Some were young, some ancient, some perhaps already gone. Yet all offered their light equally. No one could distinguish the living from the remembered simply by looking. Perhaps that was the universe's quiet kindness. It allows every light to finish its journey. You drifted onward. The familiar golden star slowly receded behind you. Ahead appeared another. Blue-white. Brilliant. Its light shimmered through faint clouds of cosmic dust. This one, the librarian said softly, has not yet been born. You frowned gently. Then understood. The light had not arrived. Some stars already existed beyond the horizon of time. Their first photons were still traveling. One day, millions of years from now, someone standing where you now floated would witness the birth of a star that already lived. The universe contains not only ancient light, but future light. You found the thought quietly astonishing. Past and future crossed one another continuously across the darkness. The cosmos was less a place and more a conversation carried by light. The librarian remained silent for a while. Eventually they spoke again. Time behaves differently when distance becomes immense. You nodded. On Earth, mornings followed nights. Seasons followed seasons. Years unfolded gently. Here, events overlapped. A star could be both alive and gone, visible and absent, present only through memory carried by light itself. You continued drifting. Far ahead floated a faint cloud. Soft, golden, almost invisible. As you approached, countless tiny particles shimmered gently within it. Not dust. Ancient photons. Light that had wandered through the universe for billions of years. Reflected. Scattered. Patiently traveling onward. You reached out your hand. One tiny ray seemed to brush gently across your fingertips. The librarian smiled. Perhaps. They looked into the endless glow. That photon once warmed another world. You imagined it. A forgotten ocean. A silver forest. The first fire. A child's face lifted toward morning. The same tiny particle of light beginning yet another journey. Nothing wasted. Nothing hurried. everything connected. Far away, a distant galaxy rotated slowly. Its spiral arms glowed with gentle silver blue light. Within them, countless stars lived. Countless others had already completed their quiet work. Yet together, the galaxy continued shining. Perhaps civilizations are much the same. Individuals come and go. Generations rise and rest. Still, something larger continues. The librarian's voice became almost a whisper. No light disappears. A long silence followed. It only travels farther than we expected. The words settled deeply within you. How many acts of kindness continue long after we forget them? How many gentle words remain alive inside another heart? Perhaps memory itself behaves like starlight. The source may become distant, yet the warmth continues arriving. The surrounding darkness gradually softened. The stars became slightly brighter. Or perhaps your eyes had simply learned to notice them differently. One by one, the constellations dissolved into tiny points of amber. The great silence became the familiar quiet of the library. Shelves slowly returned. Warm lamps floated peacefully overhead. You stood once more inside the Hall of Extinct Suns. The glowing book rested quietly in your hands. Its pages remained blank. Its cover still held that tiny hidden ember. You closed it carefully. The librarian placed it gently back upon the shelf. Neither of you spoke for several moments. The endless library seemed somehow larger now. Not because it contained more books. Because you understood a little more about the journeys they carried. Finally, the librarian turned toward you. When travelers leave the library, they smiled softly. They often believe they are taking memories with them. A quiet pause. But the truth is simpler. You waited. The memories have already begun traveling with them. Together, you continued walking beneath the endless amber lamps. Far ahead, another hall waited. Another unopened book. Another quiet echo crossing the immeasurable distance between memory and time. When you left the Hall of Extinct Suns, you noticed something unusual. You no longer felt like a visitor. Not completely. The library had begun to recognize your footsteps. Or perhaps, you had finally learned the rhythm of the library itself. The endless corridors no longer appeared mysterious. They felt familiar. Like returning to a place you had somehow always known. The librarian walked a comfortable distance ahead. There was no urgency in their pace. No destination that needed to be reached before nightfall. In the library, every arrival happened exactly when it should. The floating lamps drifted overhead. Their amber light moved almost imperceptibly, like stars crossing the heavens over thousands of years. Between the shelves, tiny particles of light floated gently through the air. You had noticed them before. But now they seemed more numerous. They resembled dust caught in sunlight. Except these never settled. They simply wandered. Patiently. Quietly. You reached out. One tiny spark drifted across your fingertips. It felt like nothing at all. Yet something inside you became calmer. The librarian noticed. The library breathes. You looked around. I don't hear it. You don't need to. The answer carried no mystery. Only certainty. The corridors continued. After some time, you realized another subtle change. The shelves gradually became farther apart. The ceiling rose higher. The air itself felt astonishingly clear. Not cold. Not warm. Simply open. There was almost no scent at all. No cedar. No parchment. No flowers. Only the quiet freshness that exists high above mountains before sunrise. Ahead, another doorway slowly emerged. It was simpler than any entrance you had seen. No carved pillars. No elaborate arch. Only smooth white stone. Above it floated gentle silver letters. The Hall of Living Silence. The words glowed once, then disappeared. You stepped inside. At first, you thought the hall was empty. No shelves. No books. Only endless white space. The floor reflected soft light like calm water. The ceiling could not be seen. There were no walls. Only silence. You turned toward the librarian. Where are the books? The librarian smiled. They're here. You looked again. Still nothing. Then, very slowly, shapes began appearing. Transparent shelves. Almost invisible. Thousands upon thousands of them. Books resting quietly upon every shelf. Each perfectly clear. As though carved from pure light. You realized they had never been absent. Your eyes had simply needed time to become quiet enough to notice them. The librarian nodded gently. Some things reveal themselves only after the mind becomes still. At the center stood the familiar wooden table. Even it appeared translucent. Upon it rested another book. Its cover was completely white. No title. No decoration. No visible pages. Only silence given form. The librarian rested one hand beside it. This memory contains almost nothing. You smiled softly. After everything the library had shown you, you no longer doubted such statements. You opened the book. Nothing happened. No dissolving shelves. No shifting light. No new world. Only silence. Then, gradually, you realized you were standing somewhere else. An endless plain stretched in every direction, covered not by grass, nor sand, nor snow, but by smooth white stone. Above you hung a pale sky without clouds. No sun. Yet everything remained gently illuminated. There were no mountains, no rivers, no forests, no oceans. Nothing moved. Nothing spoke. Nothing grew. For several long moments, you wondered whether the memory had failed. The librarian's voice arrived quietly. This planet possessed almost no atmosphere. You listened. No oceans. A pause. No life. The silence deepened. And yet, you waited. It became one of the most peaceful places ever recorded. You slowly walked across the white plain. Each footstep produced no sound. The stone beneath your feet was astonishingly smooth. Not polished. Simply untouched. No wind had eroded it. No rivers had carved it. No creatures had crossed it. The world had remained almost exactly as it formed billions of years ago. You looked toward the endless horizon. Nothing interrupted the gentle curve of the land. The sky slowly shifted from pale silver to faint lavender. Not because time passed. Because the distant star moved quietly beyond the horizon. Without air, there were no brilliant sunsets. Only subtle changes in light. Gentle. Patient. Beautiful. You sat upon the smooth stone. The silence surrounding you felt different from ordinary quiet. It was complete. No heartbeat echoed in your ears. No breeze brushed your skin. Even your breathing seemed softer. The librarian spoke. Many civilizations searched for silence. A pause. They rarely found it. You understood. Even peaceful worlds contain birds, rivers, leaves, rain. Life itself creates music. But here, silence existed in its purest form. Not emptiness. Presence. You closed your eyes. For a moment, you became aware of something remarkable. Without sounds arriving from the world, you began hearing thoughts that had long been buried beneath everyday noise. Not memories. Not worries. Simply awareness itself. Like a calm lake revealing the stones beneath once the wind has stopped. The librarian continued. This world became a place of pilgrimage. You opened your eyes. No one lived here? They visited. The answer felt perfectly natural. Across thousands of civilizations, travelers crossed unimaginable distances simply to spend several quiet hours upon this empty world. No monuments greeted them. No temples. No sacred writings. Only silence. Perhaps that was enough. You remained seated. Time passed unnoticed. The changing light slowly painted the white plain with soft shades of gold. Then silver again. No clock could measure moments like these. You asked quietly, "Why preserve an empty world?" The librarian looked across the endless horizon. Because emptiness also has value. A gentle pause followed. The universe is not only beautiful because of what it contains. Their voice became softer. It is also beautiful because of the space that allows everything else to exist. You breathed slowly. Between stars. Silence. Between musical notes. Silence. Between heartbeats. Silence. Perhaps absence was never the opposite of life. Perhaps it was what allowed life to be noticed. Far above, tiny stars gradually became visible. Without atmosphere, they appeared sharp beyond imagination. Countless brilliant points filling the heavens. They did not twinkle. They simply shone. Steady. Faithful. The white plain reflected them faintly. It felt as though you were sitting between two endless skies. Above and below. The librarian spoke one final time. When minds become quiet enough, you watched the stars. They often discover they were never truly alone. The words lingered, not as philosophy, as experience. The plane slowly dissolved. The stars became tiny floating lamps. The white horizon softened into warm amber shelves. The silence remained for just one heartbeat longer. Then the familiar scent of cedar returned. You stood once more inside the hall of living silence. The white book rested quietly in your hands. Blank. Weightless. Almost invisible. You closed it carefully. The librarian returned it to its place upon the transparent table. The shelves surrounding you shimmered gently. Thousands of invisible books continued waiting with infinite patience. As the two of you turned toward the corridor once more, the librarian smiled. Most travelers come here searching for answers. You listened. They leave having discovered something quieter. A small pause. The ability to listen. Together, you walked onward beneath the endless amber light. The library continued opening itself one peaceful chapter at a time. And somewhere ahead, another unopened book waited. Not eager to be read. Only ready. Beyond the hall of living silence, your footsteps carried a different rhythm. Not slower. Simply lighter. Silence has a curious gift. It removes nothing. Yet somehow, everything feels less heavy afterward. The library welcomed you back with its familiar warmth. The amber lamps floated peacefully overhead. The endless shelves stretched beyond imagination, each holding worlds that had lived, changed, and quietly become memory. You no longer wondered how many books remained unread. Infinity does not become smaller by counting. The librarian walked beside you. For several minutes, neither of you spoke. Then, a new fragrance appeared. So subtly you almost missed it. Fresh blossoms. Morning dew. Young leaves warmed by early sunlight. The scent grew richer with every step. It reminded you of spring. Not Earth's spring. The idea of spring itself. The season every living world eventually invents in its own language. The librarian smiled before you asked. The next memory celebrates life. The corridor gradually brightened. Golden light filtered gently through unseen branches overhead. Tiny glowing petals drifted lazily through the air. Whenever one touched the floor, it dissolved into soft light instead of fading. Ahead stood another graceful doorway. Vines of silver leaves climbed its smooth stone arch. Above it shimmered delicate emerald letters. The Hall of Cosmic Gardens. The words bloomed briefly like flowers opening to sunlight before dissolving. You entered. This chamber felt alive. The shelves themselves resembled ancient trees. Their branches curved naturally outward, supporting thousands of books among living leaves. Soft moss covered the floor. Tiny streams flowed quietly between the roots. Birdsong drifted gently through the hall. Yet no birds could be seen. The music seemed woven into the air itself. At the center rested the familiar wooden table. Its surface had become entwined with flowering vines. Upon it lay a book bound in deep green leather. Tiny golden leaves shimmered faintly across its cover. The librarian rested a hand beside it. This memory belongs to a civilization that chose to grow instead of build. You looked thoughtfully at the book. What does that mean? The librarian answered with their familiar gentle smile. You'll see. You opened the book. The scent of flowers deepened. The library slowly disappeared. When the world returned, you stood beneath an enormous transparent dome. At first, you believed it to be glass. Then you realized it was something far more extraordinary. A living crystal. Its delicate surface filtered sunlight into countless gentle colors. Beyond the dome stretched the harsh landscape of an ancient planet. Red deserts. Dark mountains. Thin atmosphere. A difficult world. Yet beneath the great crystal dome, life flourished. Gardens extended farther than you could see. Towering flowering trees reached toward the shimmering ceiling. Gentle rivers curved through fields of blossoms. Thousands of unfamiliar plants grew together without strict rows or boundaries. Nothing appeared cultivated. Everything appeared invited. The librarian spoke quietly. This planet became too fragile for cities. You looked around. So they built gardens? The librarian shook their head. They became gardens. You began walking. The pathways beneath your feet were not paved. Soft moss formed natural trails through the landscape. Every step released the faint fragrance of fresh herbs. Small insects with transparent wings drifted lazily among the flowers. None hurried. None fled from your presence. The air hummed softly with life. Ahead stood what appeared to be a home. Yet it had no walls. Its roof was formed by the intertwined branches of living trees. Its columns were giant flowering vines. Sunlight filtered gently through countless leaves. Inside rested wooden tables, woven chairs, and shelves carved directly from living trunks. Nothing had been cut down. Everything had been persuaded to grow into usefulness. The librarian smiled. They never believed nature was something separate from themselves. You gently touched one of the living walls. The bark felt warm. A faint pulse moved beneath your fingertips. Not a heartbeat. The slow movement of sap carrying life upward. You continued walking deeper into the gardens. Everywhere you looked, beauty served purpose. Tall trees cooled the air. Flowering vines collected fresh water from morning mist. Broad leaves gathered sunlight and gently powered hidden systems beneath the soil. Even the bridges crossing the streams had grown naturally from neighboring roots. No straight lines. No sharp edges. Everything curved. Everything breathed. You noticed several graceful figures moving quietly through the gardens. They resembled the builders of the silent city you had visited long ago. Yet these beings wore robes woven from living fibers that changed color with the sunlight. One paused beside a flowering tree. They placed both hands upon its trunk. The branches slowly shifted. A cluster of ripe fruit gently lowered itself within reach. No machines. No commands. Only cooperation. They learned the language of growth, the librarian said softly. You watched in wonder. The tree was not obeying. It was responding. Like old friends understanding one another without words. Further ahead, children played beside a small stream. Instead of building toys, they guided tiny flowering plants through shallow water, laughing quietly as the vines curled into beautiful floating patterns. Their games created gardens. Their joy became beauty. The librarian's voice carried gentle warmth. They taught every child one lesson before anything else. What lesson? They smiled. Leave every place slightly more alive than you found it. The words settled deeply within you. Simple. Yet perhaps enough to guide an entire civilization. You followed a winding path toward the center of the Great Dome. There, growing from a circular island surrounded by clear water, stood the oldest tree on the planet. Its trunk was broader than a house. Its silver bark shimmered beneath countless blossoms. The canopy stretched so wide that it shaded nearly the entire island. Beneath its branches rested hundreds of empty benches carved from living wood. No one occupied them. Yet the place felt deeply welcoming. This was their meeting place, the librarian whispered. No palace? No. No government building? They believed wisdom grows best beneath living things. You smiled. You had seen listening halls. Listening trees. Now a council beneath branches older than memory. Different worlds often discovered the same quiet truths. You sat beneath the great tree. A single blossom drifted slowly downward. It landed softly upon your shoulder. For a brief moment, it glowed with warm golden light before dissolving into tiny seeds that disappeared into the moss below. Nothing in this garden ended. Everything became another beginning. The librarian spoke again. When their star finally began to age, you looked toward the crystal dome overhead. They did not fight against time. Outside, the distant red desert shimmered beneath the old sun. They gathered seeds. Millions. Billions. Seeds carrying the memory of every tree, flower, vine, and blade of grass that had ever grown beneath the dome. Tiny vessels were launched quietly into the galaxy. Not carrying armies. Not carrying wealth. Only life. Some drifted for millions of years before reaching another world. Some never arrived. Some eventually blossomed beneath unfamiliar stars. The gardens continued. Not as empires. As gifts. The realization brought an unexpected warmth. Perhaps the greatest legacy any civilization can leave is not monuments, but possibilities. The sunlight slowly shifted. Golden afternoon became gentle evening. The crystal dome reflected countless colors across the gardens. The streams glowed softly. Flowers gradually folded their petals for the coming night. Everything moved together. Nothing rushed. The world itself seemed to breathe. Then, like every memory preserved within the library, it began to fade. The blossoms became drifting light. The great tree softened into warm amber. The crystal dome dissolved into floating lamps. The fragrance of flowers slowly gave way to cedar and ancient paper. You stood once more inside the hall of cosmic gardens. The green book rested quietly in your hands. Its pages were blank. Its cover still shimmered with tiny golden leaves. You closed it gently. The librarian returned it to its place among the living shelves. For a while, neither of you moved. The quiet birdsong still drifted through the hall. Somehow, it felt as though the gardens had followed you home. As you turned toward the endless corridor once more, the librarian spoke softly. Across the universe, they watched a single glowing petal drift through the air. The civilizations most lovingly remembered were rarely the largest. A gentle smile appeared. They were the ones that left the galaxy blooming. Together, you continued deeper into the library. Only 5 unopened chapters now remained before the first great journey through its endless halls would reach its quiet conclusion. After leaving the Hall of Cosmic Gardens, you noticed that the library had become almost impossibly serene. The songs of unseen birds faded gently behind you. The fragrance of blossoms lingered for only a little while before giving way once again to the familiar scent of cedar and ancient paper. You had visited forests older than continents, oceans that remembered the birth of worlds, cities abandoned not through war, but through wisdom, stars that transformed themselves into tomorrow, and gardens that chose to scatter seeds instead of monuments. Each memory had quietly altered the way you looked at existence. You no longer measured the universe by size. You measured it by patience. The librarians seemed to understand. Without speaking, they slowed their pace until your footsteps matched perfectly. Neither of you walked ahead. The journey itself had become the destination. The amber lamps overhead glowed a little softer than before. Or perhaps your eyes had simply learned to welcome gentle light. After many peaceful minutes, another change began. The corridors became remarkably symmetrical. Every shelf stood precisely aligned. Every arch rose at equal intervals. The silence itself felt measured. Not mechanical. Musical. Like the pause between two perfectly placed notes. You listened carefully. Somewhere, very far away, you thought you heard a faint rhythm. Tick. Silence. Tick. Not the ticking of a clock. More like the steady heartbeat of the universe itself. The librarian smiled. You hear it now. What is it? The passage of time. You frowned slightly. I've never heard time before. Most people listen only to clocks. The answer lingered. Time is quieter. Ahead, another doorway emerged from the endless shelves. Its arch was carved with elegant circles nested within circles. Patterns resembling planetary orbits. Galactic spirals. Ripples spreading across still water. Above the entrance floated graceful silver letters. The Hall of Timekeepers. The words remained visible slightly longer than usual, then slowly faded. Inside, the chamber carried an extraordinary calm. Tall shelves curved gently around the room. The books were bound in silver, ivory, midnight blue, and pale gold. Some covers shimmered with tiny moving constellations. Others carried delicate rings like the growth circles inside ancient trees. At the center rested the familiar wooden table. Upon it lay a book wrapped in soft gray cloth. No title. Only a tiny hourglass pressed into its cover. Yet, the sand inside did not fall. The librarian rested their hand beside it. This memory belongs to a civilization that never invented clocks. You looked up. They measured time differently? The librarian nodded. They listened instead. You opened the book. The library dissolved into quiet light. When the world returned, you stood upon rolling hills beneath a vast golden sky. The landscape stretched peacefully toward distant mountains. Gentle rivers curved through broad valleys. Tall grasses swayed beneath a warm breeze. Everything seemed wonderfully ordinary. Until you noticed the people. Small groups wandered calmly across the hills. Some sat beside streams. Others watched clouds drifting overhead. A few tended quiet orchards growing along the valley floor. None appeared hurried. None glanced anxiously toward the horizon. None carried watches. The librarian's voice floated softly beside you. They understood something unusual. You waited. They believed time should never command life. The sentence settled into the landscape. You began walking toward a nearby village. Its homes were simple. Built from warm stone and living wood. Open courtyards connected each house. Children played beneath broad fruit trees. Elders rested together beneath shaded terraces. Everyone smiled when meeting another. No one rushed past. No one apologized for being busy. You noticed something remarkable. There were no towers. No bells. No public clocks. No schedules posted anywhere. How did they know when to work, you asked. The librarian smiled. They watched the light. Indeed. Farmers entered the fields when morning dew disappeared from the grass. Bakers began preparing bread when the first birds greeted the dawn. Families gathered for evening meals when the long shadows reached the village well. The world itself became their calendar. The sky became their clock. Nothing artificial interrupted the rhythm. You followed a gentle path toward the center of the village. There stood a magnificent tree. Its branches spread wide across a circular stone plaza. Beneath it rested dozens of comfortable benches. People gathered quietly there. Not for announcements. Not for ceremonies. Simply to spend time together. An elderly woman smiled warmly as a young child climbed beside her. Neither seemed concerned about how long they would remain. Time was not being spent. It was being shared. The librarian spoke. They had no word for wasting time. You smiled. Perhaps because they believed moments could not truly be wasted if they were lived with attention. Nearby, an artist carefully carved delicate patterns into smooth wood. They paused often, watching sunlight move across the grain before continuing. Not because the work was difficult, because the light mattered. Across the square, musicians quietly tuned their instruments. They did not begin playing immediately. Instead, they listened to the breeze moving through the leaves. Only when the wind softened did the first gentle melody rise into the afternoon. Music joining nature rather than competing with it. You sat beneath the great tree. The warm air carried the scent of ripe fruit and fresh earth. Children laughed nearby. Birds answered one another across the branches. Somewhere beyond the village, distant rain quietly watered unseen fields. Everything moved together. No one appeared late. No one seemed early. They simply arrived. The librarian sat beside you. They measured age differently too. How? They counted meaningful seasons. You looked toward them. A person was not considered old because many years had passed. A gentle pause. They became old only after collecting many beautiful springs. The thought filled you with unexpected warmth. How different would life feel if years were remembered not by numbers, but by blossoms, friendships, quiet mornings, acts of kindness. The afternoon slowly drifted toward evening. Golden light settled gently across the valley. Families returned home without being called. The birds changed their songs naturally. Lanterns were lit one by one. Not because a clock announced sunset. Because someone noticed darkness arriving. You watched the village grow softly luminous beneath the evening sky. The librarian finally spoke again. What happened to them? You realized they were answering a question you had not yet asked. Their star aged. You nodded quietly. As every star does. They knew they could not stop it. The first stars appeared overhead. So they chose not to spend their final centuries fearing tomorrow. Instead, they celebrated every remaining season, every harvest, every snowfall, every sunrise, until the last generation quietly watched the final dawn together. Not with regret, with gratitude. The village slowly became transparent. Lantern light drifted upward like tiny stars. The great tree dissolved into warm amber light. The hills faded into the familiar shelves of the library. You opened your eyes. The gray book rested quietly in your hands. Its pages remained blank. The tiny hourglass upon its cover was still perfectly still. You closed it gently. The librarian returned it to its place. For several peaceful moments, both of you stood without speaking. The Hall of Timekeepers seemed almost outside time itself. As you turned toward the endless corridor once more, the librarian smiled softly. Most civilizations ask. They looked toward the floating lamps. How much time do we have? A quiet pause. The wisest ones asked a different question. You waited. How fully can we greet the time that is already here? Together, you walked onward. Only 4 unopened halls remained before the library would reveal the final pages of this first journey. And somewhere ahead, another patient book waited. Not counting the moments until you arrived. Simply existing. As all beautiful things quietly do. The Hall of Timekeepers disappeared quietly behind you. For a long while, you continued walking without thinking about where the next corridor might lead. The library no longer felt endless because of its size. It felt endless because every memory gently opened the door to another. Each story had become a horizon. And every horizon invited another step. The librarian walked beside you. Neither of you needed conversation. The silence between you had become familiar, like the quiet companionship of 2 travelers watching the same sunrise. The floating amber lamps drifted overhead. Their light reflected softly across the polished stone floor. The shelves seemed farther apart now. Between them stretched wide spaces filled with warm golden light, almost like open fields between ancient forests. You wondered whether the library itself was changing, or whether you had simply become more capable of seeing it. The librarian seemed to notice your thoughts. The library has always been this way. They smiled gently. It is the traveler who becomes larger. The answer stayed with you. Perhaps wisdom is not the collection of knowledge. Perhaps it is simply becoming spacious enough to welcome it. The air gradually shifted. The scent of cedar became almost impossible to notice. Instead, a gentle breeze drifted through the corridor. Not from windows. There were none. Yet somehow the air carried the unmistakable freshness of great open distances. You could almost smell sunlight itself. Ahead, another doorway slowly appeared. Its arch was carved with graceful lines flowing endlessly toward a distant point. No beginning. No ending. Only direction. Above it shimmered pale golden letters. The Hall of the Endless Horizon. The words glowed softly before disappearing into light. Inside, the chamber felt astonishingly open. The shelves curved so widely that they nearly vanished into the distance. The ceiling could not be seen. The floor reflected the amber lamps like calm water beneath dawn. At the center waited the familiar wooden table. Upon it rested a book wrapped in pale blue cloth. Its cover carried a single silver line stretching from one edge to the other. Perfectly straight. Never ending. The librarian rested a hand beside it. This memory belongs to a people who never feared what lay beyond. You looked thoughtfully at the silver line. They were explorers? The librarian smiled. They were listeners. You opened the book. The familiar library faded gently. The warm shelves dissolved into soft morning light. When the world returned, you stood upon an immense grassy plain. The land rolled gently toward every horizon. No mountains interrupted the view. No forests enclosed the distance. Only endless waves of golden grass dancing beneath a pale blue sky. The wind moved continuously. Not strong. Not weak. Just enough to set the whole world breathing. The grasses swayed together like the surface of a quiet ocean. You took a slow breath. The air felt wonderfully fresh. It carried the scent of wild herbs warmed by sunlight. Far away, graceful creatures wandered peacefully across the plain. Tall. Gentle. Moving in slow herds. None appeared frightened. None hurried. The librarian's voice drifted beside you. This civilization believed every horizon was a conversation. You looked into the distance. What does that mean? They believed the world was always inviting them forward. You began walking. There were no roads. No fences. Only narrow trails gently pressed into the grass by generations of travelers. Every path curved naturally. Following rivers. Avoiding flowers. Respecting the land instead of conquering it. Eventually you reached a small gathering of people. Their homes were unlike any village you had visited. No permanent buildings stood here. Instead, graceful tents woven from shimmering natural fibers rested lightly upon the earth. Each could be folded and carried. Nothing rooted them to one place. The librarian smiled. They traveled with the seasons. Children laughed as they chased drifting seeds carried by the breeze. Elders sat together, quietly watching the distant horizon. Young musicians played soft melodies upon long wooden flutes. Their music floated across the grasslands, carried farther by the wind than voices ever could. You noticed something remarkable. No one stood with their back to the horizon. Every gathering naturally formed circles facing outward. Toward possibility. Toward tomorrow. One elderly traveler noticed your curiosity. Though no words were exchanged, they smiled warmly and pointed toward the distant grasslands. You understood without language. Keep walking. There is always another view waiting. The librarian continued. They believed standing still for too long made the heart forget how to wonder. You walked beside the travelers as the day unfolded. They stopped often. Not because they were tired. Because beauty deserved attention. A field of tiny blue flowers. Clouds reflecting in a quiet pond. Birds migrating silently across the sky. Each became reason enough to pause. No destination ever complained about arriving a little later. As afternoon became evening, the travelers gathered upon a gentle hill. Together they watched the sun slowly descend. No one spoke. No ceremonies marked the sunset. No songs. Only shared attention. The librarian whispered. They greeted every horizon twice. You looked toward them. Once when it appeared in the morning. The sun drifted lower. And once when it disappeared. The sky gradually filled with warm shades of gold, amber, and soft crimson. The endless grasslands reflected every changing color. The breeze slowed. The world seemed to exhale. Then, one child quietly asked an elder a question. Though you could not understand the language, the librarian gently translated. What lies beyond the last horizon? The elder smiled. There isn't one. The child looked puzzled. The elder simply pointed toward the fading sunlight. When you reach it, a pause. Another appears. You smiled. Perhaps that was true not only of landscapes, but of learning, of kindness, of peace. The universe never truly ends. It simply continues unfolding. Night slowly settled across the plain. The stars appeared in astonishing numbers. Without mountains or forests, the heavens surrounded the travelers completely. Above and across every distant horizon, the world became a circle of stars. Small fires were lit, not for warmth alone, but as quiet companions beneath the immense sky. Families gathered together. Stories were shared. Children slowly fell asleep wrapped in woven blankets while elders continued watching the stars drift overhead. The librarian spoke once more. Their civilization never built an empire. You looked around the peaceful camp. They left no monuments. The tiny fires flickered gently. No great cities. Only the soft music of the wind remained. But wherever they traveled, The breeze carried flower seeds across the plain. They left the land healthier than they found it. You realized something beautiful. Even without permanent homes, they had belonged everywhere. The night deepened. The stars grew brighter. The campfires gradually became tiny points of golden light. Then, like every memory within the library, the world slowly dissolved. The grasslands became amber mist. The stars softened into floating lamps. The breeze faded into quiet stillness. When you opened your eyes, you once again stood within the hall of the endless horizon. The pale blue book rested peacefully in your hands. Blank pages. A silent silver line. You closed it gently. The librarian returned it to its place. For several moments, neither of you spoke. The endless shelves stretched quietly around you. You found yourself smiling. The journey no longer felt like moving from one memory to another. It felt like walking farther into yourself. As you turned toward the next corridor, the librarian looked ahead. There comes a moment. Their voice was almost carried away by the silence. When every traveler realizes that the greatest distance is not between stars, a gentle smile appeared. It is between the person who began the journey. They looked toward you kindly. And the person who quietly arrives. Together, you continued walking. Only 3 unopened halls remained. And somewhere beyond the warm amber light, the library was preparing its final lessons for this first unforgettable voyage. Only 3 halls remained. You knew this not because you had counted every chapter, but because the library itself seemed to be gently preparing for a farewell. The corridors had become quieter than ever. Not emptier. More intimate. The floating amber lamps now drifted lower, casting pools of warm light across the polished floor. The shelves no longer felt impossibly distant. Instead, they stood like old friends waiting patiently along the path. You walked beside the librarian. Neither of you hurried. Some journeys become more precious as they approach their ending. The silence between you carried no sadness, only gratitude. After many peaceful minutes, you noticed a familiar warmth upon your face. It reminded you of sunrise, not the brilliant light of noon. The first gentle glow that touches the world before anyone has spoken. The air filled with the delicate scent of morning. Fresh dew. Young grass. The quiet promise of another beginning. The librarian smiled softly. The next memory is one of hope. Ahead, another doorway slowly emerged. Its arch was simple, carved from pale stone that shimmered like the first light of dawn. Above it floated warm golden letters. The Hall of Returning Light. The words glowed gently, then faded into the surrounding air. Inside, the chamber felt brighter than any hall you had visited. Not because more lamps illuminated it. The light itself seemed softer, kinder. The shelves were crafted from light-colored wood. Their books shimmered with shades of sunrise. Gold, ivory, soft pink, gentle amber. At the center rested the familiar wooden table. Upon it lay a slender book bound in warm cream-colored leather. Across its cover stretched a delicate golden circle. Not complete. One small section remained open. The librarian rested their hand beside it. This memory belongs to a world that nearly forgot the sun. You opened the book. The library dissolved quietly. Warm light surrounded you. When the world returned, you stood upon a vast frozen plain. Snow stretched toward every horizon. Mountains of blue ice shimmered beneath a pale sky. The air felt crisp, clear, perfectly still. Above, no sun. Only a soft silver glow filtering through heavy clouds. The world rested beneath an endless winter. The librarian's voice drifted gently across the snow. This planet entered a great ice age. You looked around. Everything appeared peaceful, beautiful, but undeniably cold. Not lifeless, simply sleeping. Small evergreen trees rose from sheltered valleys. Frozen rivers wound silently between white hills. Even here, life endured. You began walking across the snow. Each step left delicate footprints that sparkled beneath the soft light. Far ahead, faint columns of smoke rose into the sky. A village. As you approached, you saw homes built carefully into the sides of snowy hills. Rounded roofs carried thick blankets of white. Warm light glowed from small circular windows. Families lived close together. Not because the world demanded it. Because warmth is easier to share than to create alone. Children laughed as they pulled simple wooden sleds across gentle slopes. Elders gathered near steaming pools warmed by underground springs. No one appeared frightened. They had lived with winter for generations. It had become part of their story. Yet something else filled the village. Expectation. Every doorway displayed a small golden ribbon. Every window held a polished crystal facing the eastern sky. You looked toward the librarian. What are they waiting for? The answer came almost as a whisper. The sunrise. You frowned gently. There hasn't been one? Not for many months. You remembered. Some worlds rotate differently. Some orbit differently. This planet's long winters allowed darkness to remain for nearly an entire year. The sun had not disappeared forever. Only beyond the horizon. Still, months without sunrise required remarkable patience. You spent the day among the villagers. They worked together quietly. Some repaired homes. Others prepared warm meals. Musicians played gentle songs within the gathering hall. Children learned stories from the elders. Not stories about surviving winter. Stories about spring. About flowers. About rivers flowing freely once more. The librarian noticed your smile. They taught hope before certainty. The words settled warmly inside you. One evening, the entire village climbed a nearby hill. No one spoke loudly. No ceremonies filled the air. They simply gathered. Facing east. Waiting. Hours passed peacefully. The stars turned slowly overhead. Then, almost too gently to notice, the horizon changed. A thin line of pale gold appeared beneath the distant clouds. The smallest child gasped. An elder quietly reached for their hand. The golden line slowly widened. Minute by minute. The first sunlight in nearly a year touched the frozen plain. Snow crystals erupted into countless tiny rainbows. The mountains glowed soft blue. The frozen rivers became ribbons of gold. The entire village remained perfectly silent. No cheering. No applause. Only tears upon smiling faces. The librarian whispered. They believed some moments deserved gratitude instead of celebration. The sun rose only a little, barely above the horizon. Yet that was enough. Every crystal in every window caught the morning light. Golden reflections danced across the village. Warmth had not yet returned. Spring remained weeks away. But certainty had. The light was coming home. You watched the children laugh as they chased tiny reflections across the snow. The elders closed their eyes, letting the first sunlight warm their faces. Even the birds emerged quietly from sheltered branches. The world had not changed overnight. Only one thing had happened. The darkness was no longer endless. You stood upon the snowy hill for a long while, watching the golden light slowly spread across the frozen world. The librarian spoke again. The universe has many long winters. A gentle pause. But very few last forever. The sentence lingered. Perhaps that truth belonged not only to planets, but to hearts, to civilizations, to every traveler who has ever believed they might never see another dawn. The morning grew brighter. The snow softened beneath growing light. Tiny drops of water began forming upon the icicles hanging from nearby roofs. The first signs of change. Small enough to overlook, large enough to transform the future. The frozen world slowly became transparent. The golden sunrise softened into warm amber light. Snowflakes became drifting sparks. The mountains dissolved into the familiar shelves of the library. You opened your eyes. The cream-colored book rested quietly in your hands. Its pages were blank. The golden circle upon its cover still remained slightly open. Not unfinished. Welcoming. You closed it gently. The librarian returned it to its place. For several peaceful moments, both of you stood without speaking. The hall of returning light glowed softly around you. As you turned toward the corridor once more, the librarian smiled. Hope rarely arrives all at once. You listened carefully. It usually begins. Their eyes reflected the warm amber lamps, as a thin line of light upon a distant horizon. Together, you continued walking. Only 2 unopened halls remained. And somewhere ahead, the library was quietly preparing the final pages of your first great journey among the memories of the stars. Only 2 halls remained. Yet the library did not feel smaller. If anything, it seemed more infinite than when your journey had begun. Perhaps because you had learned that infinity is not measured by distance. It is measured by the number of ways the universe can quietly surprise a patient heart. You walked beside the librarian beneath the familiar amber lamps. Neither of you counted the remaining chapters. The library never encouraged endings, only continuations. Still, something gentle had changed. The corridors now felt warmer. The cedar fragrance was richer than before. The shelves seemed somehow closer, almost welcoming, as though the library itself wished to walk beside you during these final steps. The librarian glanced toward you. "You have noticed." You smiled. "The library feels different." "It is." A quiet pause. "It knows you are preparing to leave." The words carried neither sadness nor urgency, only kindness. After many peaceful minutes, another subtle fragrance drifted through the air. Fresh bread, warm tea, rain falling softly beyond an open window. You stopped walking. The scent felt astonishingly familiar. Not because you had encountered it within the library, because it belonged somewhere much closer. Somewhere inside memory. The librarian smiled knowingly. The next hall is always different for every traveler. Ahead, a simple wooden doorway slowly appeared. No towering arch. No carved stone. Only warm oak polished smooth by time. Above it shimmered gentle letters of soft amber light. The Hall of Home. The words glowed quietly, then dissolved. You stepped inside. The chamber was smaller than every hall before. Comfortably small. The shelves did not stretch endlessly. They formed a quiet circle around the room. Every book appeared unique. No two covers matched. Some were worn by countless readings. Others looked almost new. The room carried no grandeur, only welcome. At the center rested the familiar wooden table. Upon it waited a single book. Its cover was blank. No color. No decoration. Only smooth cloth. The librarian rested their hand gently beside it. "This memory belongs to you." You looked up. "I've never been here." The librarian nodded. "You have." You opened the book. The library disappeared. When the world returned, you found yourself standing beneath a quiet evening sky. Not upon an alien world. Not beside unfamiliar stars. Earth. You recognized it immediately. The air carried the scent of trees after rain. Crickets sang somewhere beyond sight. A gentle breeze moved through familiar branches. The sky above held the moon you had known since childhood. You stood upon a quiet hillside. Below stretched a small town glowing softly beneath evening lights. Warm windows. Peaceful streets. The distant sound of laughter. Nothing extraordinary. Nothing dramatic. Only home. You remained still. After traveling across forgotten galaxies, across silent forests, ancient oceans, extinct stars, this simple landscape felt almost overwhelming. The librarian stood quietly beside you. "The universe is vast." You nodded. But every traveler needs one place from which wonder begins. You slowly walked down the hillside. Each step awakened small memories. The sound of gravel beneath your shoes. The smell of evening meals drifting through open windows. A bicycle leaning against a fence. A dog sleeping peacefully beneath a porch. Tiny things. Ordinary things. Things rarely noticed until they become memories. You passed an old tree standing beside a narrow path. Its branches stretched comfortably above the road. Children had carved tiny initials into its bark many years before. The tree had continued growing. The names remained. Gentle echoes of afternoons long past. The librarian touched the trunk lightly. Home remembers. You looked at the old tree. Even when people leave? The librarian smiled. Especially then. The evening deepened. Streetlights gradually awakened one by one. Golden circles of light spread gently across quiet sidewalks. Somewhere nearby, someone played a piano. The melody drifted softly through an open window. Simple. Unhurried. Beautiful. You followed the music. It led toward a modest house with warm light glowing behind white curtains. Someone inside laughed quietly. A kettle whistled. Pages turned. Life continued. You never entered. You didn't need to. The feeling itself was enough. Home is sometimes recognized long before the door opens. The librarian spoke. Many travelers search the stars hoping to discover where they belong. The piano melody continued. They often forget. A gentle pause. That belonging is something we carry. You sat quietly upon a wooden bench overlooking the little town. The stars slowly appeared overhead. Not countless unfamiliar constellations. The familiar sky of Earth. Orion. Cassiopeia. The Big Dipper. Old companions. You remembered looking up at these same stars as a child, never imagining that one day they would become the beginning of an endless journey through the library. You smiled. Every great voyage begins with someone willing to look upward. A cool breeze carried the scent of rain once more. The librarian sat beside you. For a long while, neither of you spoke. Then you asked quietly, "Why bring me here at the end?" The librarian looked toward the glowing windows below. Because after seeing the universe. A pause. I wanted you to see home again. You understood. Nothing around you had changed. The little town remained wonderfully ordinary. Yet you no longer saw it as ordinary. Every tree had become miraculous. Every familiar voice. Every warm window. Every shared meal. Every sunrise. After witnessing billions of years across unimaginable distances, Earth no longer seemed small. It seemed astonishingly precious. The librarian continued. The rarest worlds are not always the strangest. Their smile was gentle. Sometimes, they look toward the stars above the quiet rooftops. They are simply the ones where someone is waiting for you. The evening gradually softened. The town lights blurred into warm golden circles. The piano became quieter. The old tree dissolved gently into amber light. The familiar sky slowly transformed into the warm ceiling of the library. You opened your eyes. The blank book rested peacefully in your hands. Its pages remained empty. Yet somehow, it felt fuller than every volume you had opened before. You closed it with great care. The librarian accepted it without speaking. They returned it to the shelf. Not among forgotten civilizations. Not beside extinct stars. But quietly. Among the books still being written. You noticed this immediately. That shelf. The librarian nodded. It holds unfinished stories. You smiled. My story isn't over. No. A warm silence followed. It is only beginning. Together, you turned toward the final corridor. Only one unopened hall remained. The last memory awaited. Not to end your journey, but to gently remind you that every ending worthy of remembering is simply another invitation to begin again. Only one door remained. Neither you nor the librarian hurried toward it. The library had taught you that the most meaningful moments are never improved by haste. The amber lamps floated quietly overhead. The endless shelves surrounded you with the same patient silence that had welcomed you on the very first day. Nothing had changed. Everything had changed. You paused for a moment. When your journey began, you believed the library contained answers. Now you understood. It contained companions. Every forgotten civilization. Every quiet ocean. Every dying star. Every blooming garden. Every dream. Every sunrise. They had never tried to teach you what to think. Only how to see. The librarian smiled, as though hearing the thought before you spoke it. You are ready. You looked ahead. There was no magnificent doorway. No glowing arch. No carved symbols. Only a single bookshelf standing alone beneath one warm amber lamp. One shelf. One book. Nothing more. Above it, no title appeared. No grand announcement. Only silence. The two of you walked forward together. Upon the shelf rested a modest book bound in deep midnight blue. Its cover reflected tiny stars whenever it caught the light. Yet there was something unusual. It had no title. No author's name. Only a single silver feather pressed gently into the cover. The librarian carefully lifted the book. Instead of placing it into your hands, they simply held it between you. For every traveler, they whispered, there is one book the library cannot write. You looked at the cover. This one? The librarian nodded. You must. The words settled gently into the quiet. You slowly opened the book. Every page was blank. Not empty. Waiting. You turned another page. Still blank. Another. Blank. Every page stretched quietly before you like fresh snowfall untouched by footprints. You looked toward the librarian. There are no memories. There will be. The answer came with absolute calm. The library preserves what has been lived. A gentle pause. It cannot remember tomorrow. You lowered your eyes once more. For the first time since entering the library, there was no vision. No forgotten civilization. No distant galaxy. No ancient sea. Only yourself. Standing beneath one warm lamp. Holding one unfinished story. The silence around you became wonderfully alive. Within it echoed every lesson from the journey. The ocean that accepted every river. The forest that remembered every fallen leaf. The star that continued shining long after its light had begun its voyage. The dream that survived its dreamer. The garden that scattered seeds instead of monuments. The village that welcomed the sunrise after its longest winter. The quiet town called home. None of those memories belonged only to forgotten worlds anymore. They now belong to you. The librarian closed the book gently. The greatest archives, they said, are never built from stone. You listened. They are built from lives. The amber lamp above you shimmered softly. Tiny particles of light drifted lazily through the air. You suddenly realized what those glowing motes had always been. Not dust. Not magic. Tiny echoes. Fragments of every traveler who had ever walked these halls. Not trapped. Not lingering. Simply remembered. You smiled. One day. Perhaps a single quiet kindness. A comforting word. A patient silence. A shared sunrise. Something from your own life might one day become one of those gentle lights. Not because it was famous. Because it was real. The librarian began walking once more. You followed. The lonely bookshelf slowly disappeared behind you. The endless corridors opened once again. Except, they were no longer endless. Ahead, a familiar doorway shimmered softly. Beyond it waited the star-filled harbor where your journey had begun. The silver spacecraft rested exactly where you had first seen it. The Serenity. Its hull reflected the quiet constellations. Its engines slept peacefully. The boarding bridge waited beneath gentle starlight. Nothing demanded that you leave. Nothing asked you to stay. The choice itself felt beautiful. You turned toward the librarian one last time. Will I remember all of this? The librarian looked toward the stars beyond the harbor. Not every detail. You nodded quietly. I expected that. They smiled. But you will remember how it made you feel. A long silence followed. And that is often the truest form of memory. You stepped slowly toward the boarding bridge. Halfway there, you stopped. Looking back, the librarian still stood beneath the warm amber light. Calm as ever. Patient as ever. They raised one hand in a quiet farewell. No dramatic goodbye. No final speech. Only gratitude shared between two travelers whose paths had crossed at exactly the right moment. You returned the gesture. Then entered the Serenity. The doors closed without sound. The stars outside remained perfectly still. The engines awakened with their familiar, almost inaudible hum. Slowly, the ship drifted away from the library. The impossible building grew smaller. Its countless windows became tiny golden stars. Then, it became impossible to distinguish where the library ended and where the universe began. Perhaps there had never been a difference. You watched until even the final amber light disappeared into the darkness. Yet somehow, the library no longer felt far away. It had become part of the way you looked at every star, every sunrise, every quiet conversation, every ordinary day. The universe outside remained immeasurably vast, but your heart no longer felt small within it. Instead, it felt wonderfully at home. Thank you, gentle traveler, for walking these quiet halls among forgotten stars and timeless memories. If this peaceful journey brought even a little stillness to your evening, you are warmly invited to return whenever you wish. There will always be another shelf waiting, another silent story, another horizon beyond the last. Until our paths cross again, may your days be filled with quiet wonder. And may every night remind you that somewhere beyond the stars, another page is patiently waiting. Epoch echoes, where the universe whispers, and every echo becomes a story.